I am so glad to be back, guys. Seriously. Oh my gosh. Having been said, how was your week?
Uh,
Scott.
Another 60-hour week. I'm glutton for punishment.
Oh man. All right, so I'm ready to butter this muffin. If you guys are ready. If you have any last minute questions or anything to get together, um, does everyone does everyone remember their willpower pools and their blood pools and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Just so you know, guys, I'm taking bets on how many elders I'm gonna stake this session.
Oh god.
Uh, feel free to message me your pools.
Oh my god. I know. It's freaking bourgeois bullshit.
Let me get a drink really quick, and then we'll.
Okay. Yeah, I played a bourgeois neonate and killed 3 werewolves single-handed. To be fair, one of them frenzied and attacked the other one, so that was kind of a win for me, but nonetheless, I did it.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I was using a silver-edged fire axe, and I had like 4 potents.
It's a little less ridiculous.
Yeah, and like I said, one of them ended up turning on the other because he frenzied. Or didn't frenzy. Vampire's frenzy. He raged.
No, it's called Frenzy still.
It is? Okay.
Yeah. White Wolf was rather overlappy in those days.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, last week was insane. Sorry your soul eating didn't work out for you, Vukar. That's a real shame.
Yeah, and everyone was really rooting for me.
Yeah. You're like, give me that 6th gen. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did I mention Lady Demetra was 6th generation? Kind
No.
of screwed the pooch on that one.
Well, she's gone now. She
Yeah.
got no generation. That's what she is.
That's right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Just some tasty blood right there.
In fact, just for funsies, here's her character sheet. I mean, she's gone. It doesn't matter. I can show you guys. This is kind of the template I use for all the NPCs. It's kind of just a very condensed character sheet. Gives, because I don't use a separate PDF for every NPC. I just kind of use this template.
Stealth 6? She could take off your pants while you're wearing them.
Yeah. She can make no noise moving over dry leaves.
Oh, I guess I better get it in roll 20. I thought I was forgetting something. It looked kind of bare.
But she's gone now. Rest in peace in Valhalla, Demetra.
I can't wait to see what they do with Venceslas.
Oh, he's not in a good position. Yeah, Venceslas is in all kinds of trouble.
Oh yeah,
Are you back?
good old Manchester. Yeah, remember that Tremere that Vukar managed to slip? She may get a chance to work her dealings on
Right?
someone else.
Fan Sean, I have just the person for you.
I I apologize if I cough a little bit, guys. I think I got like pneumonia or something.
Oh, well,
That
great.
sucks.
Yeah, dude, I freaking
Just casually,
I worked 8 hours like this. Like, holy crap! I was just standing there pouring buckets of sweat and like have fever and stuff. I'm such a good employee. Anyway, let's get into it. If people like Daniel are ready.
I am not Daniel. I am German.
All right, that's the attitude. All right, guys. So 1 second, I'm gonna get my notes together and we'll get started.
Wait.
I'm like, damn it, Daniel.
No, sorry, not wait on you. I need to get rid of all my physical buffs from last session. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right, now.
So last we left off, the 4 young Cainites had arrived in Balgrad and met with a mysterious stranger who described himself as Matthias Krankvist, the ambassador to Lord Vlad Tepes III, also known as Draculia, son of the dragon. They took refuge in Balgrad and, true to his word, or true to Hardestadt's word, they discovered the conspiracy of Isaac had layered in the Inn of the Lion in Balgrad, where they had bewitched the innkeeper and a young girl, hiding either invisible or through some other mundane means to set upon the lambs of Isaac. The conspiracy initially approached these young vampires to try and appeal to them after some fashion, using cajoling and also a great deal of fear to twist them into their goal. Of course, Hardestadt had instructed them to placate the conspiracy and spy on them and learn everything they can. Unfortunately, these plans went horribly awry when German de Gascoigne was provoked by his sire, Marquetas, into a horrible frenzy, losing all control and beating Marquetas into torpor before he was set upon by the others, fighting and staking the others who attacked him, at which point the others, Valentino, Diego, and Giulietta, turned on the remaining elders as basically a mortal struggle, and a tremendous desire for revenge drove them into the violence that followed. As when the ashes cleared, Lady Demetra was staked and later destroyed by Valentino as he fed upon her and experienced for the first time something different about feeding upon a vampire as opposed to a human being. Lady Theophana was ripped apart under the fangs of her progeny, Giulietta, as Giulietta had almost completely frenzied and tore at her sire with her fangs until she was nothing but ash. Marquetas was beaten into torpor by Gehrman, and of course Venceslas was also staked by Gehrman. Just when things looked like they were about to get bad, however, as Claudius Giovanni was unveiling his hideous powers of necromancy to stop Gehrman in his tracks, that was when the Lord Impaler and his knights arrived, through a previous arrangement reached with Giulietta de Florence. For the so-called ambassador, Matthias Krankvist, was in truth Lord Vlad Tepes III himself. This surprise attack gave the Lambs of Isaac enough time to tip the scales in their favor once again and set back upon Valentino managed to even successfully stake his own sire, Lady Jadwiga, in an exquisite moment of revenge that was quickly stolen away from him as Claudius pulled the stake from Lady Jadwiga's chest, and the two vampires vanished into thin air and into the night. Of course, the Impaler took his prize as he had Marquettus spit upon a pole and carted off like a prize pig, thanking the Lambs of Isaac for their assistance and turning to depart soon after, leaving them in the end with Sire Venceslas, nearly exsanguinated and staked. So, since that is where we last left off in Volgograd, that is where we're going to begin today. But I will ask a quick question, as we're going to kind of go through a montage over the next span of time as to what the four of you actually intend to do. And we'll start with Gehrman. Gehrman, in a broad general sense, what do you intend to do? Well, no, I won't ask you individually. I'll reconsider that. I'm just going to ask you as a group. What do you guys intend to do next?
Valentino wants to make sure that Lord
I had thought
Tepish...
we'd return to the Founders and maybe see what they do about what we've done.
Valentino wants to make sure he approaches Lord Tepish and informs him that he has witnessed past individuals who fed on the blood of vampires and became enthralled to them to the point of dismembering themselves, and he's worried that one of the conspirators will get the upper hand again if he's not aware.
A prudent suggestion and a good piece of advice. Unfortunately, Lord Tepish has already left, and he was gone while you were feeding on Demetra, and by the time you got done with that, he's long gone. Unless you want to seek him out, go looking for him.
I think that was the goal, was sometime before they leave that he would try and get that across.
Okay. A cursory search of the house, and I'll let you know that Lord Tepish is clearly not in Volgograd any longer. I'm sure you guys head back to the house at least once. He is not there. There's no sign of him. And you can tell in the streets that there is some noise of Lord Tepish being in Volgograd, as he was spotted carrying an impaled victim. Some in the town whisper and shudder with horror at the thought of such a vicious lord, but others hail him as a hero, as a ferocious defender of Christendom against the Turk in the east. But it's clear that he's departed Volgograd.
Julietta would follow the group wherever they end up going. She definitely would probably be on the same page as Diego in terms of going back to the Founders and telling them what has transpired, but she probably would mention to the others that they should keep their lips sealed about Tepish because of the Masquerade. So as far as that goes, I'm sure she'd probably talk to Gehrman and say, like, you destroyed your maker and just leave it at that. Don't tell them that, Tepish took him.
Gehrman will agree. He'll nod his head as he clearly knows that his maker will not be coming back from that. He's also heard the tales of this Vlad Tepish. and he's going to go with Diego as well. That they need to focus on why they're truly here, and that they need to get what remains of Ben Cheslis to Hardestadt and his companions.
And after a search of Balgrad turning up no fruit, will Valentino also join his companions in their goal to return to Hardestadt?
Yes, that makes the most sense, is to return what they do have to those who sent them out.
Very well. The four of you set off immediately into the western road leading out of Balgrad, back the way you came, along the northern bank of the Mortasul River. The night is still fairly young when you start your journey, and you think that perhaps you can make it to the castle before daybreak. It was only half a day's ride before Hardestadt's ghoul Rodrigo dropped you off, and you continued on foot. But there is the matter of how to transport Venceslas. So, how does your group go about doing that?
Valentino would suggest, once they're all together, if they could acquire some horses at the stable in the middle of the night and leave with Sire Venceslas on the back of one of them.
And there are indeed horses outside the Inn of the Lion, and a few grooms are still moving listlessly about, and they are available.
I do not think these grooms will mind much if we borrow a few of their mares.
Garamond will nod, and as he looks towards the others, agreed. Can you all ride?
I do not have much experience with horses.
Julietta would actually shake her head as well. She does not know how to ride.
Out of character question, how skilled does one need to be able to have someone else ride with them on the same horse?
Not at all. You can ride. You can ride with someone on the same horse, and not need any skill. All you have to do is just sit there and hold on.
Okay. Well, it appears Garamond and I can ride, and if nothing else, the two of you can join us.
Diego nods. Much appreciated.
Julietta would follow suit. She would probably head over to Valentino and ride with him.
Hey, Valentino.
Garamond,
Go ahead.
I'll go. Okay. Garamond's gonna scoop up Venceslas and kind of lug him over his shoulder as he kind of works his way to the group. I'll take Venceslas.
Valentino will pick out what he can identify as a sturdy horse and try and get it ready, saddled and ready to go.
Garamond will follow suit. He'll throw Venceslas onto the ground while he waits for him to saddle up the horse and give Diego something to hold on to while he rides with him.
All right, so the four of you were setting off. Diego with Garamond and Julietta with Valentino. Is that correct? All right, and on whose horse is Venceslas?
He'll be with me.
Okay. You managed to set off out of Balgrad with little trouble. You think that maybe some of the guards imagine you are travelers, as you clearly have the look of outlanders. You aren't molested at all as you pass through the gates, however, and you make your way along the eastern road, and you have since you have horses, it actually makes the journey uh, much quicker than it would have been by foot. And about halfway through the journey along the road, some hours later, you realize that without horses, you would not have made it back to the castle in time for dawn. But since you are riding, and you're able to urge your horses along at a much faster clip than the average human being can walk, you're able to keep a pace that promises to get you to the castle in time as you begin to recognize the landscape about you. Who's leading, or are you two riding alongside each other?
Gammon will attempt to just ride alongside Valentino, providing the road and the trail allows him to do so.
Yeah, likewise.
The road is fairly narrow as far as mountain roads go, but it is easily wide enough to handle two horses abreast. Actually, it was probably designed for that, since carriages pass through that kind of width. But that having been said, it isn't long before you see the ramparts of Hardestadt's castle, which you now know to be Devrit Castle, as Rodrigo had told you after you when you spent time underground in that chamber with him. But upon seeing your arrival, the sentries, they don't call out to each other, but they do seem to be signaling with their hands, and the portcullis immediately raises as the drawbridge lowers to permit you entry. And it's there we will delineate in the course of our tale as we open up our next scene within the castle, as the four Lambs of Isaac have their meeting with Lord Hardestadt, the founders.
Can we pause for just 1 second? I actually have to go to the bathroom really quick.
Oh, no problem.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna grab a drink actually then.
All right, cool.
Fixing the computer, I didn't have time to. Back.
Welcome back. So, actually, while we're at an intermission, I'd like to mention that last time we played threw a real monkey wrench into my story. So, thanks for that, Gehrman.
Ha!
I wondered about that.
I mean, I could roll with the punches, but damn, that's the last thing in the world I expected to happen. The players are like definitely the X factor.
No Chronicle survives first contact with players.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I didn't expect that to happen either.
I mean, you frenzied. What are you gonna do? That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I just thought, the Brujas would have a scuffle, and then everyone would be like, "Oh, ha, 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 oh, Bruja, you're so crazy," and then that would be it. But no, didn't turn out that way.
Escalated pretty fast.
Yeah, it did.
That's right. Freaking Ron Burgundy over there. Well, that escalated quickly. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, Marquettas, on paper, he should have been able to whoop your ass, but sometimes you just beef that soak roll and you get sucker punched.
Yeah, I mean, the dice were definitely in my favor that day.
Well, that's the cool thing about this game is like, no matter what, you can always roll.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta swing on 3 werewolves, you know what I mean?
That's right. Oh yeah, Marquettas. Oof.
Well, that just says he's missing.
Yeah, he's missing.
He's missing.
Yeah, several pieces of him are probably missing by now. Oh, Sammy Sue. So what's your guys' impressions of Hardestadt so far? I'm curious.
I can't get a read on him. Seems pretty tough. I didn't know any better. I would have thought he was more of a Bruja than a Venture.
On Hardestadt?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a hard guy to judge. You know what I mean?
Mm. Sorry, I was eating a piece of naan bread.
I love naan.
Yeah. Yeah, Hardestadt's a hard nut to crack, really. He was more than fair with us, though. He could have just killed us.
Hello.
Well, welcome back. Well, remember, that's
Sorry
what he
about
was
that.
gonna do, but Durga Sin stopped him.
I know, but even so, I mean, clearly doesn't pay her total respect.
Right.
If he had really wanted to do it, he could have. Now maybe he won't want to so much. Let's find out.
All right. Welcome back, Sam. And
Thank
with
you.
that, we're gonna get back into the scene. We open our scene with the Lambs of Isaac striding victoriously through the halls of Deverett Castle, leading up into the main keep. The floors are lined with fine rugs, and the walls are adorned with fine tapestries and even paintings and the lavish and opulent trappings of wealth surround them as they pass through the halls and enter into the war room, where Hardestadt and some of the other founders were gathered this evening to discuss their plans. In the moment the Lambs of Isaac enter the room, you're able to see that not all of the founders are actually here. Camilla, Milov, and Joseph seem to be curiously absent, while Hardestadt stands at the head of the table. Close by is Raphael de Corazon, and Mistress Fanchon is to your left, while Adana de Sforza looms imperiously to the right. In the moment you enter, Mistress Fanchon throws a silk covering over the maps on the table. As Hardestadt looks up at the arrival of the four of you, immediately his face twists into confusion and a bit irritation. You can see a flash of annoyance at your presence here, until he lays eyes upon the staked and torpid form in whose hands? Who is carrying Venceslas?
Garamond is carrying Venceslas, slumped over his shoulder, kind of holding the body with one arm as he stands there.
What is the meaning of this? Why have you returned? Hardestadt demands. And I'm going to turn the scene over to the four of you as you describe your characters entering the war room.
Valentino steps forward immediately. My lord, we bring good news earlier than we thought we might. We have defeated and slain nearly the entire conspiracy. We bring this token back to you as evidence.
And at this moment, Garamond will throw down the body of Venceslas.
Diego just smirks amusedly.
We had begun to follow through on the plan to infiltrate their ranks, but Garamond, with his military experience, saw an opportunity to take them by surprise during the exchange, and we seized it. Our sires and Giovanni were caught off guard so severely that we routed them. Unfortunately, Giovanni and Yadvika escaped, and the guards were quite alert. Thus, in the chaos, we were only able to recover the body of Sire Venceslas.
The camera's going to pan to Julieta.
Julieta kind of crosses her arms and she'll kind of lean her body against whatever adjacent wall is kind of near her, and she takes in everybody's demeanors, and her eyes are kind of fixated on Hardestadt at this point.
And I should note that the four of you are not completely clean and free. Some of you are covered in ash and blood from the struggle. It's clear that you've been through some kind of ordeal. But real quick question, Garamond, did he throw Venceslas on the floor or the table?
Just the floor.
And as the staked form of the old man, who is actually an elder vampire, collapses on the floor, you get several reactions from the founders present. The first is Hardestadt's open jaw, which just... he looks as though he wants to speak, but for probably one of the few times in his existence he's lost for words as he what what his eyes narrow, and he looks as though a man whose entire calculations were wrong as he glances sidelong at Raphael, who is looking at Hardestadt with a suspicious look on his face. He's looking between Hardestadt and you, and then Raphael de Corazon turns to walk around the table towards Venceslas' staked form. You see Mistress Fanchon studying the four of you very intently, where she is standing, her eyes glittering with a kind of interest that could only be lethal. As out of all four of them, the only one that seems to be amused is Adana de Sforza. She is smirking and has her arms crossed over her chest. Marvelous, she says as she glances over the table at the torpid form of Venceslas, just as Diego arrives and kneels down to turn the old man over in his purple finery.
Rodrigo?
I'm sorry?
You said Diego.
Or did I say Diego? I meant to say Raphael.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry. As Raphael arrives and turns Venceslas over, looking over his torpid form. This is indeed the man, Hardestadt. I recognize this one. He's of my clan. A fop from the east, insists on calling himself sire. Well, he is not so grandiose now, I imagine. Raphael rises to his feet and turns to look at Hardestadt with one shrug, a very human shrug over his shoulder. Hardestadt is still silent, although his mouth is closed, as he seems to have recovered from this initial shock. I see, he finally says at length, and like a rising tide, you can see the excitement in his eyes as he circles around. And how many of the anathema were you able to destroy?
3. Gammon speaks up. Lady Demetra was slain. Lady Theophana was slain. And Arquetus, he is no more.
Hardestadt approaches the torpid form of Venceslas standing just a few feet away from the four of you, his armor clinking as he moves, and his long lord's cloak sweeping the floor as he stands imperiously over the form of this torpid vampire. And Jadwiga, what of her?
Valentino lowers his head. She was staked, but Giovanni made away with her.
Ah. So, the primary conspirator remains at large, then. And immediately you can see the excitement on Hardestadt's face just sour, just like that.
My lord, with your blessing, I would continue this hunt for my sire. My business with her is not done.
Aye, you will. But this is a prize indeed. I am glad you did not destroy all of them. And at this point, Lord Hardestadt turns to regard Mistress Fanchon with a look. Not saying anything, but after a moment, Fanchon bows at the waist. Of course, my lord. She motions with her hand, and from the shadows you can see her two assistants draped in those purple robes move silently, clearly Canaanites, as their white skin and pale eyes, or pale faces, and you can see the tips of their fangs as they leer over Venceslas and gather him up, sweeping him from the room just as Mistress Fanchon follows closely behind. You must admit, Hardestadt, this is impressive for younglings. fighting against all the odds. I can't help but admire them, Adana de Sforza says openly, at which point Hardestadt scowls, but after a moment seems to nod in assent. It is prodigious. I will admit that. Hardestadt turns to sweep imperiously away, but pauses to turn to regard the four of you. Very well, my little pawns. It seems you are worthy of much more regard than I initially estimated. He studies the four of you. But how... It should not have been possible that you overcame your sires. How did you manage such a feat? These were Cainites many times your age and many times your potency.
As I explained, my lord, it is thanks to Gehrman and his military prowess for seeing an opening and seizing it most successfully.
Naturally, Adana chimes in. He is of my blood, after all. Hardestadt scowls deeper.
So was Marquetas, but he was taken by surprise.
That seems to have stopped Adana in her tracks, and she scowls at you.
With my apologies, my lady. And he bows.
Gehrman scoffs. He spoke of strength and the willingness to teach me it. Seems he was needed of a lesson himself.
Impressive, young one, Adana says. But do not think that you would get so lucky attacking just any elder Cainite. I would hope this experience does not teach you any overconfidence. I would hate to think that there is a long overdue lesson in humility waiting for you in the future.
He kind of bows his head. I've learned that overconfidence is a very flimsy shield indeed, my lady. Much in my youth.
But why did not the conspirator, Claudius Giovanni, strike you down? He is possessed of powers dark and foul, I understand. Hardestadt speaks up.
Yes, his power. Some sort of power over my very body. It was difficult even to move. But he was wounded in the struggle nonetheless, and I was about to deliver the final blow. I missed. Struck a table next to him instead. He used the opportunity to move by me. I was hindered by his power and grabbed the stake from Jadviga's chest. She rose out of nothing. She was down. She rose. And they fled together. They vanished in thin air.
Yes. Once a stake of oak or holly is removed from the chest of a Cainite, they immediately regain their senses. At this, Hardestadt turns to regard the other three. Is this the way of it? Is Gehrman here claiming all the credit, or did any of the three of you have something to contribute to this victory?
I was able to stake my sire and draw Giovanni away from Gehrman for enough time that I believe Giovanni assessed the situation out of his favor, thus granting us the final victory. Unfortunately, we could not finish them.
Gehrman kind of nods and looks to his side, and it was Lady Giulietta. Yeah, and he holds out his hands. She ripped the very throat from her own sire, destroying her.
I see. Hardestadt turns to look at Giulietta with what appears to be some newfound respect, although it only glimmers there for a moment in his eyes.
Julietta kind of looks over to the lot of them as they speak, and she shrugs somewhat. She was a deranged creature. She deserved it.
I heartily agree. Hardestadt speaks up. However, there is more pieces at play than you younglings understand. And since you have proven worthy of our trust, as you are now solidly within our league, shall we say, against these conspirators, I shall enumerate some of our plans. And he turns to cast the silk sheet hiding the maps away. But first, you must be brought out of your ignorance and your lowly station as it is. Hardestadt resumes his place at the head of the table, as Raphael de Corazon remains silent, but he strides away, some feet away, and he remains enigmatic and he, even with Hardestadt and his imperious demeanor and bearing, there's something about Raphael. Every time he moves, he just seems to draw the eye, even when you're paying attention to such a verbose and boisterous Ventrue as Lord Hardestadt. Meanwhile, Adana resumes her place at the table, placing her hands upon the edge and leaning forward to look at the maps more intently. Information is the most important tool to survival in our kind, and I shall reward you with that. What did Rodrigo speak to you of the nature of Cainites and our origins, if any?
Precious little, I'm afraid.
Yes, well, he should have told you that we descend from the biblical murderer Cain, third human being, rather, son of Adam and Eve. Cain was the first murderer, and God cursed him to walk the earth, feeding upon the blood of Seth, the child after his brother Abel. The children of Seth multiplied and their tribes covered the earth, so the Book of Nod tells us. Cain wandered and returned to the world of men. He continued to sire, as Cain brought other vampires into existence, other Cainites, as we are to this night. The Book of Nod is an ancient collection of writings upon stone and clay, brought over from the ancient world, a time long lost to myth beyond your understanding, or even mine. These ancient Cainites come from a time before even Noah's biblical flood, if you can imagine such a thing. Ancient even before that great deluge. They flourished in the first city. Of course, we have no way of confirming the Book of Nod. These are matters far older than any of us gathered here. I have seen enough to imagine that they are true. From that original city, it is my understanding that the third generation, the grandchildren of Cain, brought forth the 13 great clans into existence through their practice of siring. It is from one of these ancient Cainites that we all claim lineage. I myself claim descent from Ventrue. I am not his child, but I am a grandchild of Ventrue. My sire was a creature far more than you could imagine, and he told me a tale of Ventrue himself and of the first city. Indeed, it is this ancient story, Rodrigo, getting my Spanish names mixed up, that Raphael interjects. It is why the masquerade must be observed. We must remain in the shadows, lest the truth of our existence come to light. And the camera's going to pan to the rest of you. How are you taking in this information?
Diego's absolutely enraptured. He's looking at each speaker at length. So much so that he hasn't even bothered to look and see what's on the table.
Yeah, Valentino's mouth is slightly agape as he just listens. The story sounds impossible, but with all he's seen, he's starting to believe it's true.
Gammon's mouth is agaped. He's staring at Hardestadt with unimaginable attention. He seems enraptured by this. Then that was what the flood was for. They were the creeping thing, yes?
So the Book of Nod tells us. Humanity came to worship Cain and his progeny as gods walking the earth. And apparently, the true God took umbrage to this. To say the least, Raphael interjects with a faint smirk.
Yes. And the Lord said, I will destroy man, whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them.
Hardestadt nods. But they were not destroyed. These antediluvians, as they are known, survived the flood. Some say they survived by feeding on each other, or perhaps they were possessed of powers far beyond our understanding, lost beneath the waves of the flood. But when the waters receded, these ancients rose and scattered across the earth, and soon begat progeny. In time, many Cainites covered the world. And so we stand here today. I enumerate this history of our kind because it pertains to the plot. You see, the conspiracy of Isaac concerns Clan Cappadocian, the clan of death. In those dimly remembered days of prehistory, the antediluvians were consumed with the mystery of their own existence. With all the time in the world to ponder their place in creation, many of them sought to commune with primal powers and gain esoteric knowledge beyond all but the wisest mortals. But, due to the inherently vicious nature of the jihad among our kind, they kept many of these secrets from their progeny. The most tenacious seekers among the 13 original ancients was a creature called Cappadocius. He was said to have been a rebel priest, is my understanding, in his mortal life. His conversion to the ranks of Cainites only intensified his quest to unearth the secrets of life, death, and what lay beyond the face of God. Indeed, his progeny speak of Cain himself seeking out their ancestor, because of his single-minded determination with which he pursued these questions. And since then, Cappadocius has entrusted his children and grandchildren with a duty unlike any other. Because of his unique passion, the Book of Nod refers to his lineage as the Clan of Death, and so that sobriquet has followed the Cappadocians throughout history. Theirs is an ancient and respected lineage, a high clan among our kind, worthy of the highest respect. Some of you claim high clans, I believe. He pauses a moment to look over the four of you. Yes. Yes, all of you. Well, excepting perhaps Julieta. Hardestadt looks at her. May claim status in a high clan. The lunatics were never able to gain much ground, unfortunately. But fear not, Julieta. Clan Malkavian is a strong ally, as is proof by Camilla Bane's presence among us. However, back to the story. Cappadocius and his line have sought the answer to the question of death ever since, and they are known as the Clan of Death. It is from this line that Giovanni and his foul brood spring. You see, quite recently, in fact, in the last 100 years, Cappadocius made the decision to embrace a family of Venetian necromancers into his clan. This is a very unusual turn of events. Most of the ancients are a mystery to our kind. They are either sleeping or, if not, possessed of activities far beyond our knowing. But this was a very visible move by Cappadocius, bringing the Giovanni into his clan. He embraced their patriarch, a man by the name of Augustus Giovanni, a cutthroat merchant. And in this matter, Lady Giulietta knows something. Know thou of the Venetian necromancers, Lady Giulietta? You are from Italy.
Giulietta would look over to Hardestadt and kind of raise a brow, inquiring what exactly he's trying to get at.
Has their reputation as traffickers in the lands of the dead managed to make its way into mortal society? Know thou of their trafficking with the dead, Giulietta?
Giulietta kind of lifts her chin some, sort of an uneasy feeling coming about her as she doesn't confirm or deny what he's saying.
Hardestadt's eyes flash angrily. All are silent as he seems to be boring his stare into you.
Valentino kind of speaks up in her defense.
Silence! Hardestadt cuts you off, and he grips his fists, glaring at Giulietta, fixing his eyes upon you. One moment. Speak! Hardestadt locks his eyes with you, Giulietta, and you feel that word immediately crush your will and overcome you and compel you to speak. You are no longer able to remain silent on this matter. You there, Sam?
Sorry, I muted myself because you told me there was background noise. Hold on, I'm messaging you now. Hold on.
Okay, well, only when you're not talking.
Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't realize I...
All right.
Giulietta kind of looks over to Valentino, and she straightens herself once more, and she levels Hardestadt and holds her position steady and says, "If you're asking if I knew of the Giovanni and their dark magic, of course I didn't. How would I?"
Well, it seems the little whelp has a voice after all. Hardestadt speaks, and Raphael titters at this. It seems as though the Giovanni observe some measure of circumspect in their activities. However, this is a very important chapter in this tale. The Cappadocians' embrace of the Giovanni was initially thought to be a boon to their clan. Certainly among my clan, we in the Ventru thought that a good bit of business sense would shake those old seekers of death out of their monasteries and into the real world. The Cappadocians are a potent and ancient clan, but they concern themselves with otherworldly matters, such that they ignore the secular and the material, such as the need for Clan Ventru to guide the rest. Clan Cappadocian has very little application in the real world. We thought that their bringing of the Giovanni into their ranks would make them more relevant to the modern world. They've been locked into their traditions for so long that many of them are cloistered away in monasteries and crypts. Unfortunately, the embrace of Augustus Giovanni and his family into the Cappadocian line appears to have been a thorn in the side of Clan Cappadocian rather than a boon. I know not of what knowledge or powers they brought to the table that would compel a grandchild of Cain to bestow the embrace, but it must have been potent enough to warrant his attention. What we do know is that Claudius Giovanni, son of Augustus, is now moving against Jafeth, one of the most ancient members of Clan Cappadocian. Indeed, he is Cappadocius' first child, a vampire of age and potency far beyond your imagining, far beyond any of us. Jafeth is the most important member in the clan of death, save Cappadocius himself, and his destruction would elevate the Giovanni. We think perhaps that this is what the conspiracy of Isaac aims to do, which is to bring about the destruction of Jafeth Cappadocius and elevate Augustus in the eyes of their founder. How destroying his favored child would bestow any more favor upon Clan Giovanni, I do not know. I can only imagine they hope to do so away from the knowledge of Cappadocius. Perhaps they may even consider diablerie most foul. I would not put it beyond Claudius. He is a ruthless seeker of power, and the Methuselah's blood would be a boon to him beyond any other. Jafeth is thousands of years old, but as you, young whelps, overcame elders centuries beyond your age, so it is possible to overcome even these dread Methuselahs. In Jafeth in particular, he is a pacifist, a very passive member of his generation. If you were to target a Methuselah, you could not choose better than the Jafeth Cappadocius.
You speak of diablerie, what? Garen's face kind of shakes in confusion.
The mood immediately turns a bit darker among the other founders. Ah, yes. We did not speak to you of that, did we? Clearly for good reason. Diablerie is the crime of feeding upon the souls of other Cainites. When a Cainite drains another to the brink of exsanguination and continues to feed, they are able to draw their very souls into themselves, to enrich their own blood with stolen potency. It is a great impurity among our kind, Hardestadt immediately says in his commanding tone. The consequences for which are swift and agonizing final death. This crime has been committed many times, despite the gravity of it, and many more move unseen. But those who feed upon the souls of their brethren are damned, anathema, to walk the earth. Forever outcast, it was said to have been the greatest crime. Committed first, they say. Hardestadt looks sidelong at Adana, at the founder of the Bruja line, the Prometheans, the Fire Bearers, as they call themselves. Adana scoffs. Those stories. We all know that the founder of the Promethean cause was not an original grandchild of Cain, of course, but the one who was unworthy of the blood. Aha, you see? Hardestadt points to Adana. See how the progeny covet the blood of their betters.
Valentino's eyes are searching the floor pensively as he listens to this explanation, darting back and forth.
Hardestadt and Adana's exchange, they don't seem to have noticed your sudden look towards Valentino, but Raphael, you notice Valentino is looking at you very intently. He's like staring at you, although he's not saying anything.
Valentino continues to look at the ground, realizing that he can feel the stare on him, and realizing how close he came to such a crime. If he could sweat, he would be sweating right now.
In any case, this matters not. The crime of diablerie is of the highest order. Those who commit it, well, it is most foul, and we suspect that perhaps that is what Claudius has in mind for the blood of Jafeth Cappadocius. It would elevate him even to his father's power. Perhaps he has ambitions much higher than his own father. Claudius is a ruthless cutthroat, but a bit of a toad. His plans are falling apart around him, even though he did manage to escape. This is why we strive to create a league of all Cainite clans, to protect vampires from their ravenous fangs of others, to protect us from the fires of the Inquisition. Hardestadt glances at Gehrman. To protect us all from ourselves in the mortal world. The alternative is complete destruction and anarchy, and I will not have that. The fiefdoms of the Black Cross have been mine for centuries, but now we must move beyond our petty squabbles. We must unite. It is important that we have potent Methuselahs such as Jafeth behind us in this. If the ancients ignore our efforts, it will be for naught. That is why we must bring to light the treachery of Claudius Giovanni. We must indebt the Cappadocians to our new league. We must bring them into the fold. We have approached them before about this matter, but they, as I said, they are more concerned with their pursuit in the search of death, leaving worldly matters to us, as they say. But we cannot have division in this new league of ours, this new gathering. We must have everyone on board. And so, with evidence brought before Jafeth, not only Clan Cappadocian will be in debt to us, but the other clans will see that no one is safe, not even the ancient Jafeth. Not even one of his age and potency can hide from the jealous fangs of others. So you see why mere destruction is not sufficient in this matter. We must bring hard information before them. As it stands now, Claudius is a member of Clan Cappadocian in good standing. His other brethren may not even suspect his treachery. Indeed, I do not think they do, for he surely would have met final destruction if they did. Clan Cappadocian is a rather passive one, but once the Clan of Death has been roused, nothing from them. So it is our aim to bring that level of judgment against Claudius Giovanni and his anathema, not our own. The next step will be in procuring proof, which I am quite certain Mistress Van Shawn will be able to pull from the lips of the anathema. Do you have any questions, Childer?
Yes. Gehrman kind of leans forward. If Cain is the father to us all, why does he not intervene in this matter? Surely he wishes to stop those who wish to break the laws he has beset upon us.
Hardestadt pauses. The Book of Nod speaks of Cain, but there are those, even today, to this night, who doubt his existence. If it was indeed Cain at all who brought about Cainites, as we are called, or if it was merely the founders themselves who were the original Vampires, we do not know. There has been no sighting of Cain for ages beyond mentioning. The last known sighting of him, according to the Book of Nod, was shortly after the Great Deluge. Raphael speaks up. And he wandered amidst the wastes, desolate like a dog. Yes. Hardestadt nods. His dreams were crushed, and he was understandably disappointed. Since that time he has vanished, but not before cursing each of his line for the crime of usurping their power. You see, the third generation, the grandchildren of Cain, rose up against the children of Cain, the second generation. That is another story that comes to us from the Book of Nod. They rose up in unholy and unwholesome rebellion against their betters, and we saw the results of that. The Dark Father cursed them all. And we bear these curses still, some more than others. It is worth noting, however, Raphael speaks up, that Mistress Fanchon and her ilk, all of Clan Tremere, are not originals. They are not descended from a true grandchild of Cain. They usurped their position through diablerie. Why we tolerate them remains a mystery. Raphael glances sidelong at Hardestadt, who immediately sours. The Tremere are a fact of life in our undead society now, Raphael. We will either embrace that or ignore it to our peril. Still, such a crime should not go unpunished. I agree. Feel free to take up the matter with Tremere himself and Chores if you wish. Raphael falls silent at this. The camera's going to turn back to the four of you. How are you taking in this exchange?
Valentino's grown very quiet, taking in a lot of information, especially news that very much disturbs him.
Gammon just seems to be listening intently, trying to grasp his mind around the politics of Cainites, it would seem.
Diego is trying to find within himself a connection to all of this. Trying to see in his mind's eye back through the ages, back to the beginning. Back to where they all came from. Since now he knows he's not going to die immediately anyway.
Julietta, she kind of rolls her eyes and pulls herself forward against, from the wall that she's been kind of leaning against, and she takes a few steps forward and speaks up rather nonchalantly, saying, "Gods, Cainites, Cappadocian, Lord Giovanni. It's all quite fascinating, but how do you wish us to go about finding him?"
Hardestadt grits his teeth as you speak up. That petulant tone will do you no favors, whelp. But, as I said, the next step will be in procuring information from the lips of the anathema you brought to our door. We are now able to learn of their plans, as we had been uncertain just up until now how they mean to set upon Jafeth. Attacking an ancient of his potency is no small feat, as you might imagine, and so the conspirators have been working like jackals to bring down a lion. Now, with their number cut in half, and another captured, we will know their plan. We can bring it to the Cappadocians, and I will send you, the four of you, to the monastery where Jafeth resides, to deliver the news personally. Then they will see. This shall be the proof to the Cappadocian clan that they must join us. It will be proof to all. And you shall be forgiven for the crime of your existence.
Diego's brows knit at that.
Valentino kind of snaps to and looks up, and then bows respectfully in gratitude. My lord.
It will be some time before Mistress Fanchon is finished with her ministrations on the anathema. Feel free to wander the castle. I'm sure some of the others are around here if you wish to speak to them. But as for myself, I have matters to attend to. And at that particular moment, Hardestadt, with a very subtle gesture of his hand, dismisses the four of you.
Before being completely dismissed, Valentino speaks up one last time. My lord, might I have a word, briefly?
Yes. A minute. The rest of you, be gone.
Gammon's eyes will drift back to Valentino as he stares at him for but a moment, and then he'll quickly upright himself and then kind of give Hardestadt a quick downward nod as he turns to leave the room.
And not just you, but also Adana and Raphael leave the room with Hardestadt's dismissal.
Julieta, when she sees Valentino address Hardestadt privately, she kind of, if she can catch his eye, she gives him somewhat of a narrowed glare, almost indicating, don't betray us, before she turns and heads through the corridors of the castle.
Diego turns on Julieta's heels and follows after as well, lost in his own thoughts.
And as Valentino remains behind, leaving him alone with the vampire lord, we are going to go about in round-robin fashion to find out what the other Lambs of Isaac are going to be doing in the castle, if anything at all, until Mistress Fanchon gets the answers that the founders are looking for. We're going to start with Gehrman. What does he intend to do with this time?
Gehrman is going to be kind of walking about the castle, getting familiar with the grounds. He's going to find his way to a bedchamber where he can change and clean and maybe just kind of make himself more presentable and comfortable. And then just continue to search the grounds while he ponders his thoughts.
And as as Gehrman sets off to wander his own path, what is Julieta going to be doing?
Julieta would definitely want to get herself cleaned up. She's probably one of the few in the group that's very, very dirty. But she actually would put that off for now and seek out Adana de Sforza. She would like to speak with her just for maybe a moment or two on a certain matter.
Adana is actually in a wide banquet hall in the main keep. She's actually not hard at all to find. She is lounging at the head of the table with one leg crossed over the other and sipping upon a goblet of what clearly smells like blood even from this distance.
Julieta would approach her and somewhat of a small smirk would play on her lips as she takes in the vampire before her and says, "You seem pleased, my lady."
Indeed. Unlike so many others here, I am actually on your side. She speaks to you in perfect Italian. I've always been a fan of the underdog, those who struggle against the rising odds. They bring a thrill to my blood that I do not often feel. especially when they struggle so successfully. I am interested to hear your tale as to how this actually came about, how this happened. You are, well, very young still. You have but a few nights under your belt, and yet you have destroyed an elder of our kind, your very own sire. How did that feel?
Julietta would eventually stop herself at the table, her fingertips kind of playing at the edge of it, and she would think on this a moment. She hasn't really thought about it until someone has actually asked her, but eventually she would chime in and speak. Well, she did deserve it. And I do recall a certain achievement it brought to me when I ate her to pieces. She kind of smirks, looking off to the side. But eventually she kind of narrows her hues a little bit, and her vision would go back to Adana, and she would say, though it does feel as though I've lost something. Is that normal?
There is a connection, yes. Come se dice, a bond that is lost with the destruction of one's sire. I have not felt it myself. My sire still exists somewhere. But I am told that it is like broken glass, spinning out the threads of your blood. A sensation I am not familiar with, but have heard much of. The destruction of your sire is... It comes with both boons and banes for you. You will not have the support of a sire, indeed, if you ever did. I do not think you did. If you were to side with such an insane lunatic of a woman, you would have surely met final destruction at the hands of that bellicose adventurer in there. And as she speaks, you can actually hear Hardestadt's voice raising. He's like shouting, and you can hear it carrying. You can't hear what he's saying, but he's clearly yelling whatever Valentino and him are discussing. Ugh. Adana rolls her eyes. He is not very subtle, but he gets the job done. It is important to maintain relevance, shall we say. You must stay within the flows of the jihad. And, unfortunately, the Ventru tend to more often than not be at the tiller when it comes to steering that particular ship.
They do hold themselves in high regard.
Well, when you own most of the fiefdoms across Europe, it tends to have that effect upon one. But I have my own fiefdoms. I actually have several different castles in Castile and Sicily and parts of Italy. Originally, I hailed from Sforza, of course, you knew that, such as my sobriquet. And you from Florence.
Julietta would kind of give somewhat of a solemn nod, and eventually she actually would, if allowed, she kind of gestures to a chair, indicating that she would like to take a seat, and if allowed, she would.
Adana nods gracefully, and she makes a very permissive gesture with her hand.
She would take her seat, and then she would pause a moment, kind of collecting her thoughts before speaking once more. I would like to know what Hardestadt meant about me being part of a lowly clan.
That matter. Unfortunately, child, the world of Canaanites, much as the mortals, is broken up between noble and commoner. Those clans which are considered common clans, or low clans as they are called, descend from lineages which according to the high clans, are not quite as noble as their own, but in practice it really comes down to domain. Domain is a sign of status amongst our kind. How much land you own, how much mortals you rule over, how much influence you have, both as an individual and on a clan level. High clans are those who possess great tracts of land and great deal of influence among mortal royalty and nobility. Low clans, however, are those who are either so fragmented that they have not been able to organize significant influence in the mortal world as a clan, or they simply have no interest in it. My clan, the Prometheans. Some call us the Bourgeois, but we are the Prometheans, the lighters of the way of humanity. We are the ones who have sympathy for humankind, unlike Hardestadt and his cruel and ruthless machinations and manipulations of mortals. We seek to pursue the road of the Via Humanitas. We seek to emulate our humanity, to hold on to it, to maintain it against the ravages of time. As you can see, it is integral to our sanity with the passing of centuries, and Hardestadt and his kind do not do well. He is a creature of nothing but naked ambition and ruthless cruelty, as I'm sure you can see.
Clearly. Julietta kind of says that with a rather sarcasm in her voice before continuing. Well, it does seem Gehrman just happened to fall in the right clan for himself then, being a churchman and all.
He is an interesting one. I have had little time to engage in discourse with Gehrman de Gascoigne, but he is a warrior. Many of my bloodline embrace warriors for their passion and their conviction. A warrior priest, all the more so. Although, I can see why he appealed to Marquettas. Though he was not meant to be progeny, but a meal. As were you.
Yes, indeed. Julietta kind of skims her eyes over the table, and she will just for a moment look about the room and take in what is of the room. Are there any paintings or art anywhere?
Oh yeah, the feast hall is very lavishly adorned. It's very opulent.
She kind of takes note of this, and then eventually her eyes would wander back to Adana. She does feel somewhat at ease with this woman. Perhaps it's because of their kinship, their lineage of being from Italy, but she doesn't feel as under scrutiny as she does around some of. So she would speak up once more and say, "Do not mind me when I ask. It is only that it does seem as though I cannot mask my own clan members. They all seem a little bit insane," she says sarcastically, but then continues.
They are,
she said,
Adana says, quite just very matter of fact.
"Is this why they are of low status, because they cannot be accounted for?"
They're of low status because, as I said, in practice they have garnered no great influence as a clan, and neither in the world of mortals nor have they claimed great pieces of domain. This is truly what distinguishes a high clan from a low clan, the mere vulgarities of territory and influence. But the Malkavians are a line as ancient and as prestigious as any. Unfortunately, they're all completely mad, as are you. I know for a fact that since Malkav's blood runs through your veins, you are completely insane, although you seem to be dealing with it very well. Perhaps it starts slowly and picks up speed over time. You saw your sire. Well, Adana smirks, although you can see a hint of sympathy on her face. Unfortunately, that is what you have to look forward to.
Well, you could be wrong. I could be just fine.
You're not. She says very blankly.
Julietta kind of narrows her hues. But eventually she kind of eases back some. She feels as though she's in total control, so she isn't going to entertain these ideas that people are saying about her clan. She knows that the ones she has met are insane, but in her mind, she's totally fine.
Don't tell me you haven't felt any unnatural stirrings in your mind since your embrace. It seems to affect others stronger than others, or it seems to affect some stronger than others, but truly, no Malkavian is exempt from their blood. Oh, come on, the hour is too late to speak falsely. Have you felt anything since your embrace? Any urges?
Of course I have. I have felt many things. I thought it was all part of, becoming a Cainite. It is rather stressful, considering.
Yes, unfortunately, you did hear Hardestadt's very long-winded story about our origins, yes?
Bits and pieces.
Well, he spoke aright of our lines being cursed. When the third generation rose up against the second, at least it's my understanding from the Book of Nod, the Dark Father was very understandably upset. And when he confronted his grandchildren with what they had done, he levied upon all of them a terrible curse. Terrible curse which is in the blood, which has followed their progeny. For Malkav, who is, of course, the founder of your line, it was madness. Horrible madness. Supposedly he was mad in life, or so the Malkavians say. Many Malkavians would deny that their madness is a curse to begin with. Many of them have been defined by their madness. They believe that it is a way to enlightenment, a way to see beyond the illusion of the world. At least, that's what Camilla tells me. Camilla Baines, you remember her? The English woman.
Yes, the pretty blonde, correct?
Yes. You share blood with her. She is also of Malkav's line. And while the line between madness and genius is debatable, I have seen Malkavians who know things that they should not know. Who knows? But what is certain is that the madness of Malkav's blood will infect you and spread through you like a virulent disease. It is not something you can escape, just as my line has been cursed with, well, Adana smiles sweetly, ferocious tempers. I'm sure you've already seen Gehrman's anger.
Julietta nods. Well, I assumed it must have carried on into his afterlife.
Oh, I'm sure he had a bit of rage in him to begin with. Most warriors do. But the kind of bestial, ferocious hatred which runs like white hot through our blood, unfortunately stretches back to some dread curse. Whether it be Cain or some other unfortunate fate of our progenitor, I do not know.
Julietta would nod. You spoke of Malkavians knowing things. What do you mean?
Well, many of them are regarded as seers among our kind. They may be completely mad, but this madness seems to provide a certain level of insight Not to mention their powers of the blood are all skewed towards understanding the mind and the future and prophecy and on and on. I'm told that Malkavians are able to use their madness like a weapon upon others. No doubt you have the same abilities, if you would but try. But also extrasensory perception, powers of the mind, of invisibility, and obfuscate, as the discipline is called. A very potent clan, make no mistake. Any mood-mad child of Malkav is one to not brush aside, though many do brush them aside. Many who are too pompous in their own high clan status to see the poor gibbering lunatic. Not that that's what you are, Adana says.
Of course. She kind of gives Adana somewhat of a sweet smile.
In fact, I would have to say you are quite agreeable for a mad woman.
Well, I shall have to take that as a compliment now, I guess.
Oh, please don't take umbrage or offense to it, dear. It is not your fault. The embrace was put upon you. This blood is something that was given to us all, many of us unwillingly. It is not what you are, but how you handle it. That is the essence of the Promethean message. That is why we follow the Via Humanitas. It is not what we are, but what we do.
Isn't that life in general? She kind of smirks, thinking back to her dealings she made with Ben Teplish. But eventually, she would probably speak to Adana for maybe another minute or two, and then eventually take her leave. She would much appreciate being washed up and putting on something clean before dawn approaches.
All right, and the camera's going to pan to Diego, and we're going to see what he does with the rest of his evening while they await the gruesome results of Mistress Fanchon's bloody questioning.
Diego briefly toys with the idea of finding that room full of blood barrels so that he can glut himself again, then realizes how uncouth that would be, and instead tries to find some place with open air, maybe a garden or a courtyard where he can sit under the stars and think.
All right, and with that, give me one moment. I'm going to finish up my exchange with Valentino and Hardestadt. All right. Now, is anybody passing by the war room about this time? or has everyone already left to do their own business?
Did Julietta pass it when going to the hall?
Oh yeah, she would have actually. So about this time, Julietta, as you are coming by the stone archway which leads into the war room, you see Valentino emerging from his meeting with Hardestadt. And go ahead and describe for us, Vukar, what we're seeing as Valentino emerges from his meeting with the Cainite Lord.
So he steps out into the hall, and he has his head turned down, not really knowing like who is around. He just looks very very anxious and nervous as he walks out, not really noticing Julietta as she comes up.
Julietta, when she sees him, immediately speaks up. Valentino?
Oh, yes. Julietta. He looks up.
Are you alright?
Yes. I will be fine. Thank you. He offers a smile.
Eventually she would kind of, if he's walking, she would step towards him and kind of put her arm in front of him, her hand reaching out for his bicep, and she would say, "What did you and Hardestadt talk about?"
I went in to discuss this power that he showed during that meeting. He commanded you to speak, and I wanted to know if he was able to show that to me. Unfortunately, during the discussion, it came about that I more or less admitted to him that I attempted the very crime he described to us, this diablerie, and he was less than pleased. Furthermore, he said that any attempt such as this on my sire would be certain death.
What? She eventually would kind of look about them, and she'd pull him aside and kind of pull him into a shadowy area near one of the stone walls. And she would press on him again. Is that all that happened? Are you sure?
Yes, he was quite enraged that apparently one of his own clansmen would even think of committing this, or try to commit this, on another venture.
Hold on.
All right, continue.
Julietta kind of lifts her chin some, and her eyes study his demeanor before she gives him somewhat of a solemn nod and lets her hand fall away from him. All right, well, as long as you're okay.
Yes, thank you for your concern. I'll be fine. As long as I do not attempt anything that would add to my crimes of existence.
She kind of smirks. Or, at least, nothing we've done already.
He nods solemnly.
All right. So with that, what? I'm sorry. Did this interaction with Valentino change Julietta's plans?
No. She would give her good. She would say good night to him and or good day, I guess you would say, and head to get washed up and all that jazz.
Okay, and Valentino, as Julieta departs from you, what are we seeing as Valentino is left to his own devices, and what does he intend to do?
Valentino kind of reaches up to his forehead and kind of tenses his face, and he decides that, looking down at himself, probably covered in blood and other disgusting mess, he probably also needs to get cleaned up some as well. So he may as well follow her. Might be able to find a male equivalent changing room.
All right, so as everyone departs to set about their business, we're going to fast forward to the next scene. But as we're coming up 10 minutes on the 2-hour mark, we might take our break a little bit early this time. So let's take a quick 10 minutes and we'll get back into it.
Sounds good.
Wiggy.
I'm gonna get a drink.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make a quick PB&J and get some milk. My blood sugar's going nuts.
Daniel, I talked to one of your clansmen. I'm getting the deets on you.
You're getting the rap sheet, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Now whenever you get mad, Juliet will just look at you and be like, now stop that bourgeois temper. Control yourself.
I'll just piss him off more. I am calm!
I know. That's probably why she's doing it, to make you even
Right.
more mad.
You never know.
That's funny.
Cameron, calm down. I am calm! Don't tell me to calm down.
I'm crazy, guys.
Yeah, you've got issues for sure.
That was funny when she's like, it seems I can't really talk to any of my clansmen, considering they seem a little insane. And Adana's like, they are insane.
They are. Like, completely matter of fact. Just,
Yeah.
yep.
And so are you. You're completely mad. Oh, man. Julietta was like, no, I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. It has not affected me at all. It's like, yeah, that's what crazy people say when they're crazy. That they're not crazy. Julietta is also not digging the fact that she's from a low clan. That did not sit well with her at all.
Right?
She was like, what? What is this low clan bullshit?
It's like, bitch, don't call me low.
Vugar got yelled at.
I did.
Poor Valentino.
Everyone keeps yelling at me.
Probably not the best idea to tell your little friend over there what you almost did.
Wasn't exactly the plan going in, just kind of came out.
As long as you didn't. Julietta was mostly just like inquiring because she wanted to make sure you didn't rat her out. She's like, you better not say anything about me.
Always looking out for number one.
I returned with coffee.
Welcome back. No, why would you say that? Julietta cares about everybody.
This is Vampire, come on.
Oh, man. I'm sorry if you guys could hear background stuff on my end, by the way. I didn't realize you guys could hear me because I have my headphones in.
It's
I
not
actually
too bad.
didn't.
Oh, okay.
I was in a game the other day, and there was this guy that sounded like he was literally like unpacking his entire house while he was playing the game. You're not nearly that bad.
That's annoying, though.
Yeah.
I am back.
Welcome back.
So, the plot, she thickens.
I like Adana.
Yeah, she's charming.
Mm-hmm. She loves a good underdog story. Oh,
Just wait till the first Rocky comes out.
Right.
Be the best favorite movie ever.
man.
Oh. So, what were your thoughts about what Hardestadt had to say?
Who, me?
No, just anybody.
Julietta doesn't like him. Julietta doesn't like him. She thinks he's a snobby elitist who's like all about his clan, and you know, he was saying the whole like spiel about how this is for the greater good for all of the clans. But she was just like, yeah, okay, buddy. But the minute something happens to your clan, you're gonna be like, oh no, you didn't. So, and it probably didn't help when he was like, except for Julietta, she's part of the low clans. She was like, what now? What'd you say?
Yeah, and Adana was basically laid it out for you. She's like, not really. It's just how much land or influence the clan has.
Mm-hmm. Well, when she explained it, it kind of like made more sense to Julieta. Like, it's not that her clan is like worthless, it's just that they're not as organized, and she understands why, because she doesn't even know if she at this point can even rely on someone in her clan, because they're all insane,
Pretty much.
you know. So it's like, god, she's gonna have to get her information from other people, because there's no way she's gonna sit there and try and have a conversation with what's her name, Camilla.
Mm-hmm.
Even for that brief encounter we had with her, she was like nuts. And Julieta is all set with that.
Yep.
Which is probably a snobby way of being herself, in a way, because she thinks she's above it.
I might be a Malkavian, but I'm not like the rest of you.
Yeah, that's how she's acting.
Oh yeah, that was funny. You're actually quite agreeable for a mad woman. You're actually. Yeah, that's pretty scary though, to be like, you know, be told that you're basically doomed to go insane, like and increasingly insane as time goes on. Like, oh, that's what you remember how crazy that bitch was who did that to you? Yeah, that's what you have to look forward to.
Well, I think that's why Julieta was kind of like, she tried to brush it off, because she doesn't want to realize the reality.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're nuts. Like, she's probably just like, you're so funny. Like, no, that's not gonna be me. I have my wits about me, you know, like, but on the inside, she's kind of like, oh. Like,
All right, so is everybody back?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, so we've got Satan. How about you, Daniel? You back?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That was an interesting voice.
Yeah. It's my stretchy voice.
You're stretchy. All right. So without further ado, we open our next scene back in Hardestadt's war room to a gathering that has been called just before dawn. It is many hours later when the Lambs of Isaac are assembled along with some of the founders, along with Raphael de Corazon, Adana de Sforza, and Hardestadt himself. Milov Petrenkov and Camilla Baines have emerged at the end of the evening. Only Joseph Bonbaran remains missing, although given his nature, he doesn't seem to be... Either he's not missed or he's actually here and you can't perceive him. But regardless, Mistress Fanchon is the last to arrive as the four of you are assembled with the founders, and she emerges into the room looking like a woman who has walked out of an abattoir. Her arms are stained in blood up to the elbow. She is actually wiping her hands off as she emerges into the room. Her usually fine clothes have been mostly removed. She is almost naked from the waist up. Her breasts have been bound with a white cloth for modesty's sake. Although that too is stained with blood, and you can see there's a splatter of vitae across her body. She was very clearly engaged in an intense and horrifying round of very pointed question asking to Venceslas. She is very quickly attended by one of her attendants. The other is not seen. as he emerges from the shadows behind her to drape a beautiful bottle green robe around her body, just as she continues to wipe her hands upon a soiled linen cloth, which is so red with blood, the cloth is almost black. I have emerged from my questioning the anathema, Lord Hardestadt, she says, clearly enjoying the attention that is upon her, taking her time to clean herself, and there's a curious little smile on her face before Hardestadt finally says, "Well, out with it." "Well, I have learned much. Venceslas proved a little resistant, but we have our ways. I assure you, I know him intimately now, inside and out." She smirks, and there's something very terrifying about her faint smirk. "The details of their plot are now fully known to me. As it is, the conspiracy of Isaac had planned to set upon Jafeth Cappadocius in his monastery. They had intended to take a message to him. The note was to ask Jafeth to meet with Claudius Giovanni, who is contrite and heartsore," she smirks. "He claims he was going to claim to be in the throes of a crisis of conscience. Conducting his family's business dealings were no longer exciting to him. Color and meaning, supposedly, was to have left his life. They knew how wise Jafeth is in matters spiritual, and they were going to appeal to this part of him. Claudius was going to pretend to crave an audience with his clan brother to speak at length about his immortal soul. It was at that time they planned to set upon him. They figured that they would need at least the 6 of them for such a task. But it seems that even though many of them are either destroyed or otherwise incapacitated, apparently Claudius and Lady Jadwiga have other plans, contingencies in place, in case they were betrayed by several other members of the conspiracy. And while they were not betrayed, per se, their destruction of their co-conspirators amounts to the same thing. The contingency, of course, is to deliver the message anyway, but beyond what Claudius plans is unknown. However, excuse me, it is known that, well, after pointed asking, Venceslas revealed that they intended to send the little lambs here to deliver this message to Jafeth themselves. They were going to prove their loyalty through this task. So it seems that you and the conspirators both had similar plans for these little lambs, Hardestadt. I see. The Ventru finally speaks. Jafeth is within the monastery of St. Timothy, half a night's journey distant, past Belgrade. I understand it's in the hills in that area. We will bring proof of this perfidious plot to Jafeth Cappadocius as proof of his brother's perfidy. However, the proof must be presented not by us, but by these lambs. If Jafeth turns sour against the accusation, we will be free to explore other avenues. Oh, do not worry. And at this, Hardestadt turns to the other 4 of you. As far as Methuselahs go, Jafeth is, as I said, very pacifist. I do not think you're in any danger, not under any circumstance. He has become very Christian in his behavior as of late. And speaking as of late when it comes to Methuselahs, we are of course speaking of the last several thousand years. But I warn you not to do anything untoward towards Jafeth. He may be very passive, but he is potent beyond your imagining. I would not wish to see you snuffed out so quickly. You may have graduated from pawn to tool, but you are useful tools nonetheless, and I do not wish to see your destruction quite yet. What make of you this, Raphael? And at this, the Toreador finally, he speaks up. It seems that we have all the proof that we need. I would hazard a guess that Jafeth, even with all this evidence, would not readily believe such treachery. But perhaps he will. I do not know the mind of one so ancient, and I would never claim as such. A prudent answer. Very well, whelps. I will send you to the monastery of St. Timothy with a letter penned by myself and also all the founders here, certifying the confession of Incheslis, the anathema, on this night of April the 7th, 1444, in the year of our Lord. And at this, Hardestadt is actually looking down as he's given a quill by Rodrigo, who is kind of in the shadows behind him and has emerged to give his lord writing materials. As Hardestadt looks down and begins to pen a letter. You will give this letter, he speaks as his quill continues to scratch over the parchment in a perfect flourish, to the Methuselah Jafeth Cappadocius on behalf of the founders, and hopefully convince him of his brother's duplicitous intentions towards his blood. What of that, Fanchon? Did they speak of any intention to usurp his heart's blood? Oh, I heard maddening things from the lips of Incheslis. He doesn't know whether or not Claudius intends to diablerize his brother, but he does know that they believe several... Well, she trails off. It's not important what he said. Everything is important, usurper! Hardestadt speaks up, actually looking up from his letter to affix eyes with Mistress Fanchon. Every word is weighed and carefully measured by my mind. I would have all of it. Well, it's quite useless to you, Lord Hardestadt. It's madness. They're speaking of some Cappadocian plot to diablerize God, some nonsense. To ascend to godhood, that Jafeth Cappadocius has some sort of nefarious scheme to become God on earth. It's some nonsense, madness. But, she trails off and gets a curious look on her face. If one of his... No, it's... No doubt the justifications of a conspiracy who wants nothing more than simple diablerie. But Hardestadt pauses. He's looking between Mistress Fanchon and the rest of you. What know you of this, whelps? Did they speak of anything at your meeting regarding this so-called plot by Jafeth?
No, my lord, I've not heard of this.
Nonsense. Hardestadt dismisses it. The fancies of a madman. Torture does not always bring accurate answers, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Mistress Fanchon adds. Hazard of the trade, I'm afraid. She smirks and continues wiping her hands. Very well. It is too late to begin your journey this evening, so you will rest here tonight. But on the morrow, you will begin your journey to the monastery of St. Timothy straight away. Ask for Jafeth Cappadocius. No doubt the monks there will lead you to him. He has installed himself as the abbot of that monastery. No doubt all the monks there are either dominated under his control or willingly uncontrolled or perhaps even ignorant of his nature. I doubt that very strongly. But I don't imagine the monks there are going to be any threat to the Masquerade. Being in such close proximity to one so ancient, no doubt they understand, well, the gravity of their situation. Jafeth sustains himself on the blood of the monks therein. But, in any case, Hardestadt finishes writing. Do you have any questions before you're dismissed for this evening, Childer? And the camera's actually going to pan back to the four of you. Go ahead and describe your characters. How are you taking in this scene?
Valentino has a serious expression. He feels more determined now to prove his worth back to Hardestadt. So he's just trying to maintain a professional air.
Julietta is more alert now. Her shoulders are squared, and she gives somewhat of a nod, looking to the others to see if they have anything to say before speaking up herself. Is there any way we could feed before we head on our journey tomorrow?
Certainly. Hardestadt purses his lips. There are fresh casks of blood in the warrens below the castle. Rodrigo will show you to them as he did before. I would not send my tools out parched.
She nods.
Is there anything more intelligent you have to inquire of us beyond base satisfaction?
What will we do if he turns us away?
Hardestadt glances sidelong at Raphael, who frowns. That is possible. The Cappadocians have become very queer as of late, particularly the Methuselahs of their line. They seem to refuse to believe what is right in front of their face at times, which is why convincing them of this plot has been so difficult, to say the least. But hopefully, this will convince Jafeth. This is more than we've ever been able to give them. We now have a conspirator in our hands who can provide first-hand accounting of Claudius and his nefarious intentions. It is still our word against his, but we have evidence now, which is far more than we ever had before. At the very least, it will cast aspersions upon Claudius, and under the scrutiny of a Methuselah so potent, and perhaps even that of Cappadocius himself, Claudius will crumble like sand before the stone.
And what if he wishes to speak to Sir Venceslas himself?
That is also possible. I'm including, and he looks back down at the letter to add another note at the bottom, an open invitation for him to visit here at Castle Devrick. If he wishes to witness the words the anathemas plot against him from its own lips, I take it he is still in a state to speak, Mistress Fanchon? Hardestadt looks up at the Tremere mistress, who smirks. He will be after he's fed. Good. Hardestadt looks down. If he wishes to hear firsthand, please extend his open welcome and our felicitous greetings that he is, of course, free to stay at our leisure and hospitality here at Castle Devrick.
Diego nods, satisfied.
And what of you, churchman? Do you have anything to inquire, or are you merely looking for more elder throats to cut? Hardestadt smirks.
Gehrman kind of is trying to gauge that remark, because he's not sure if he's being spiteful or not. But Gehrman will just sort of nod, and he'll speak up. I know you count those last ramblings as madness. But I have skills and experience in torture myself. And it is known by the church that all answers, all words spoken under torture is proven under truth, under debt of pain. Pain is the only way to get real answers, real truths. Nothing should be discarded.
Oh, really? Lord Hardestadt says. He straightens from his posture, looking you over. So you would have us entertain that this Methuselah Jafeth intends to diablerize God himself. You would have us believe that such a madness was even possible.
But for a moment, I would. Take under consideration, if you will, that this is true. This creature has plans to diablerize and drink dry the man who created us all, the true Lord. If we were to go to him and explain our understanding of his plot, we would all be slaughtered, and those in league with us.
That would be an unfortunate loss for us, as you are useful. However, your destruction is not enough to avert this plan. I hope you understand.
I do. But if he's as potent as you say, my lord, and your handwriting in the hands of the letter we carry, and an invitation to the very castle, your lives may be on the line right next to us.
For a moment, you see an interesting expression on Hardestadt's face. His usually stone granite, just pale white, monstrous ambition and hard ferocity, that animal, that feral look about him that vampires tend to get. It actually is cut through with just the tiniest seesaw of fear on his face. And you see it, it's just a flash, but it vanishes just as quickly as he pauses to consider your words. No. I refuse to believe that such a thing is even possible. Furthermore, even if it were, we are in perfect contingency to deal with any attack here on this castle, even one for such age and might as Jafeth Cappadocius. As I said, he's a very pacifist member of his clan. Furthermore, he has religiously reason to believe this madness that he would even desire to do such a thing, much less plot to do so. Even if it were possible, which of course it is not, how could a Cainite diablerize the Creator, the Almighty? No. This is nothing more than the ravings of a madman. Hardestadt shakes his head and looks down at the letter. He hands it to Rodrigo, who folds it up, and you see the smoke trail up from the melting wax as he presses his seal to it. Here. Hardestadt hands the letter to Rodrigo, who crosses the room to hand the letter to you. He even offers an encouraging smile as Rodrigo holds out the letter to the four of you, not knowing which will take it.
Valentino steps forward to take it. He nods.
Very well. Depart below to the warrens, slake your thirst, and on the morrow you will depart for the monastery of St. Timothy. Does anyone say any last thing before leaving the scene, or do you guys depart?
My lord, given that the two conspirators still remain, if Jafeth does not believe us, would it not be wise for us to stay there, as surely the conspirators will eventually arrive in an attempt to slay him? Would that not be the best place for us in that contingency?
I admit that you have had some success in dealing with these conspirators in the past, far more than any would have thought possible. Surely this was a fluke, a raw trick of luck. They did not take you seriously enough, clearly, but now they will be on their guard regarding you. And should you encounter the remaining members of the anathema, no doubt they will set upon you. However, I have still levied our promise of destruction upon you should they not be captured or killed in some way. However, their plot being exposed to the greater world of Canaanites will be just as much satisfaction to me as their destruction. For surely, shortly after they will be captured and brought into my loving hands. However, I would not be left out of the loop at all. I wish to be apprised of Jafeth's reaction and his forthcoming answer, if any, as soon as possible.
Yes, Lord.
Mr. Svanchon. And immediately the Tremere looks up as Lord Hardestadt commands her attention. Do we know on what night this ambush was to take place? Next month, my lord. When? The 4th. Ah. Very well. We have some time, then. We will plan a defense of Jafeth Cappadocius. We know now where they intend to attack the Methuselah, and we know now at what time. So we will be able to plan our counter-ambush to protect the Methuselah. And in so doing, we shall bring Clan Cappadocian into our debt and our good graces permanently, adding them to our coalition. Hardestadt smiles. Our Camarilla. Raphael speaks up to the other nod, to the nod of the others. Yes, this Camarilla will come together once and for all, once this is resolved. Very well. The 4 of you, be gone. Rodrigo? Hardestadt beckons to Rodrigo, who shows the 4 of you out.
Yeah, Valentino follows Rodrigo.
Gehrman will do a slight bow. Will we be armed, my lord, in case the usurpers?
Details. Deal with it. Ask Rodrigo. Leave.
Gehrman nods again, kind of bows a little bit, and then he'll walk out with Rodrigo.
Diego too bows. Oh, sorry. Huh.
Oh no, it's okay.
He's become quite used to it, and he departs as well.
As Diego bows and departs with the rest of them, what is Julieta doing?
Julieta would push herself back from her chair as the others depart and level her gaze with Hardestadt and give a very small curtsy before turning and following behind.
I'm glad to see that you've returned from Balgrad, Rodrigo says, as he leads the 4 of you along down back those twisting tunnels and passages which lead further down into the bowels of Castle Devrick, turning aside a tapestry to open the secret door which leads down into that place. How was your journey?
More successful than I think any of us expected it to be so soon. Which was encouraging.
So as the 4 of you walk along the halls with Rodrigo, do you remain silent, or is there any dialogue you guys wish to engage in?
They're certainly putting a lot of faith in us. I think we impressed them more than we knew.
I think we've impressed ourselves more than we knew. We're clearly more capable now with this on life.
Is it wrong that I'm terrified to meet one so old?
I admit I am not very eager to meet something so powerful, knowing already what some that are older than us are capable of.
I agree. Every Canaanite I've met so far has terrified me to my core.
Yes, well, I know my lord can be harsh at times, and he must be stern where these matters among devils are concerned, but I can say that despite his harsh demeanor, you are in his good graces, and that is a very good place to be. It has kept me well, for my time anyway.
I cannot say for certain that I am in his good graces. He is most displeased with me.
Julietta, at this point, she's following the others and kind of listening in, her eyes lingering from one face to another, but eventually she somewhat abruptly stops, and she's kind of looking over Valentino, but something on her face is telling the others, if they see her stop at all, she's somewhat alarmed. There's panic on her face. It only comes for maybe a few moments, but she abruptly stops, and she's somewhat looking a little frantic.
Valentino maybe notices the season movement behind him and looks behind. What is the matter, Lady Julietta?
Julietta looks Valentino dead in the eyes, and her fists kind of clench a little bit. Her jaw tightens, but she kind of clears her throat and nothing's wrong. Why would you say such a thing?
Well, you seem to have stopped quite abruptly. I wondered if something was on your mind.
Diego has also paused.
Well, you can all stop looking at me. Keep going, she says. Nothing is the matter. She kind of brushes past Valentino and even Gehrman for that matter, and keeps walking ahead.
Rodrigo falls all over himself, bowing as you pass, being very obsequious to you now, but before leading the rest of you along.
Valentino's eyebrows kind of raise and quietly goes back to following Rodrigo.
Alright, so the rest of the night goes fairly uneventful, though there are rich casks of blood down beneath the castle that you can readily feed from. Diego, do you, well, actually no, rather than ask individually, who chooses to feed from the casks of blood?
Julietta does.
Diego does.
Valentino's still quite full.
Gehrman will just shake his head and move towards more towards the armory and getting supplies for the road, and he goes to Rodrigo. Will we be supplied with horses, or will you carriage us again?
it hadn't occurred to me, but Lord Hardestadt did not specifically command me to escort you to the monastery of St. Timothy, so I think perhaps you should be going alone on this journey. I apologize, but the monastery of St. Timothy is fairly easy to find. It's a well-known place of worship and seclusion. It's in the Moravian foothills, just north of Belgrade. It's only a half a day's ride from there. Perhaps a full day's ride from here.
Well, assuming Hardestadt did not take those that we brought, if we are allowed to retain the horses we came in on, that should suffice. He looks to Gehrmund.
Gehrmund kind of nods and what of armory, weapons, steel.
Ah, yes, that we do have access to. There is an armory here for the footmen in service to Lord Hardestadt. I'm sure the Lord would not object if you were to apprise yourself of some of these.
Gehrmund will just sort of nod and brush past Rodrigo, and he's looking for the swords. Are they in this room and the armor?
Oh no, but you imagine. I mean, you imagine the armory is in a different part of the castle, but Rodrigo seems to know where it's at.
Okay, he's just gonna brush past Rodrigo and take a seat while he waits for the others while they drink.
I can get you outfitted on the morrow, my lord, after you've finished your day's slumber.
He just kind of nods and turns away. Something seems to be weighing on his mind.
What's on your thoughts, Gehrmund?
Gehrmund takes a moment as he's kind of running his hand over his jaw, his chin, and his mouth as he thinks about it. We're too exposed. This is a bad plan.
Exposed here in this castle.
Not in the castle. He kind of waves off the remark. This journey to Jafeth. It's bothersome.
Do you expect us to be betrayed, or simply ambushed again?
I've not the details nor the information to make assumptions. But when you're making these decisions, these tactical battle plans, you must understand that most of it is feeling and understanding. We understand very little.
Valentino kind of looks away at the comment in thought. Well, you demonstrated impressive strength before. I have faith that should we need it, we could call upon it again.
Let us hope that it is that simple.
And the camera's going to pan quickly to Diego as he seems to be setting into these casks of blood with gusto. What are we seeing as Diego drinks from these great barrels, these vats of blood with taps in them?
Every time he gets a new cup, he seems to savor it. He sniffs it as a genteel man might sniff a glass of wine looking for bouquet. Each one is unique, he says to himself. And it is to himself. He doesn't expect anybody to be listening. Each has its aroma. It's minerals. And as he drinks, he lets out sighs of relief.
And Julietta?
Julietta is nearby where Diego is, and as he's kind of taking in the casks and the blood and taking full advantage of it, she casually picks up a small goblet that has been filled, and she brings it to her lips only to pause a moment, kind of realizing that this blood had to have come from humans, and it is very much like cattle being slaughtered. And she suddenly has a tinge of consciousness when she realizes this. So she kind of hesitates as she looks to Diego, who obviously does not have the same reaction as she does. But she also considers the fact that they have a long journey ahead of them and she needs to feed. So she pushes past her own wallowing feelings upon the matter and begins to drink.
Marvelous. You should try this one. And he'll point to one of the casks he's recently sampled.
Julietta pauses for a moment as she's drinking and looks to the cask that he's pointing at. Diego, I'm fine. I will just drink from this. Thank you.
Suit yourself, Senora. Does Julietta speak Spanish?
Yes.
She does. The significance of that would not pass her by. He called her Senora, which is the word that you would use for a married woman or someone that you're giving respect.
She notes that. She kind of gives him somewhat of a generous look before nodding and kind of walking just a little bit away, almost to try and drink privately, even though she knows there's not really any they're drinking human blood, so she does what she needs to, though. She drinks it, and she gets more. She wants to drink until she's full.
All right, and with that, we're going to switch scene. So we're going to open our next scene hours later, many hours later. We open our next scene along the Carpathian wilderness and the mountains looming in the distance as the winding, twisting dirt trail leads up through scraggly, skeletal trees which loom on either side, bereft of any kind of foliage or any kind of life. It just seems like the land is much more dead in this area for some reason. As you pass out of what was once dark but at least full forest into a copse of dead, scraggly trees, which, as I said, line either side of this winding road. The four of you had rested all night, or all day, in Castle Deverick, and had arisen the following evening to prepare for your journey. One moment, sorry. So, steps were, of course, taken to prepare for your journey. You were supplied for a horse each, and given, as I said, a fresh horse and whatever else you may have required from the castle before departing, including in the way of equipment. Rodrigo was very accommodating, although undoubtedly you needed very little. Although he endeavored to meet your every request, and as you were now clearly favored in the eyes of his lord, you certainly noticed change in his demeanor towards you. Very subservient, very eager to please. So we look now on the 4 lambs of Isaac as they ride towards the monastery of St. Timothy. The 4 of you have been riding all night, practically. It's been about 8 hours, 7 or 8 hours, since you first set out from Castle Deverick. You actually passed by Balgrod some hours back and have finally struck out into the trail north up to where the monastery of St. Timothy sits in the foothills of Moravia. And as you travel along, the camera is going to focus in on the 4 of you to see how they are faring these many hours later. As we open up this new scene, we're going to focus in first on Gehrman. What are we seeing as the camera looks in on Gehrman?
Gehrman is outfitted in his a usual, very plain tunic. That's kind of over like his chainmail armor that he has procured from the armory of Hardestadt's castle. He seems very prepared from his demeanor, and yet he seems to be preparing for something else mentally. A very stern, grim look is over his face as he's traveling with his companions.
And of course, since Diego and Julieta lack the knowledge of how to ride a horse themselves, someone is accompanying you on your horse this evening. Would Diego or Julieta be riding with Gehrman?
He would offer it to either. He does not hold preference for either Julieta or Diego in this sense.
So which one is riding with Gehrman tonight?
Diego will.
Okay. And since we are looking in on Gehrman, we also see Diego, who is riding behind the saddle with Gehrman. What are we seeing as we look in on Diego this evening?
He has a look of uneasiness on his face. Ever since the events of drinking the blood out of the casks, he's seemed rather distant. So when he mounts in the saddle in a half-hearted fashion, Gehrman might notice.
Indeed, Diego has been rather despondent all evening, Gehrman, something that is perhaps a bit unusual, but it's something you notice.
And Gehrman allows him the space in which to be so. He understands that they're going into something very grave, so that maybe he's not the only one that feels it.
All right, and as the camera pans back, we go to Valentino, who is riding. Is it alongside or behind Gehrman?
Riding alongside, trying to converse with Gehrman as best they can while they ride horses. Gehrman, it seems that the nature of our missions have been quite physical, and I've seen that despite all of our gains in strength, you, above all else, have this ability to crush with your hands, a measure of strength that none of us are able to. I was hoping you could perhaps show me how you make use of this power in a way that none of us else do.
Gammon kind of looks at him. Yes, it would seem this curse has given my body physical abilities far beyond what I could in my mortal days. I must say, though, I do not know how to control it. It's as if it controls itself in the moment. I move quicker, faster, lighter. When I swing, I connect with power and force I've never felt before in my arms.
I see. I've never been much for the martial prowess or training at arms, but perhaps you could show me how to wield this sword. And he looks briefly down at a saber he took with no knowledge of knowing how to handle it, but feeling obligated to bring something. I would feel at ease knowing that I had training under your supervision.
Gammon quickly nods. Of course. It's always rather useful to be able to defend yourself, and given our situation, that may come in handy. I have trained many recruits. I would be happy to train you.
I know not what I could offer you in exchange of this. I seem to have lost most of my material wealth, but if chance has it, I would repay this favor as best I could.
Gammon gives you a nod. What about you, Diego? Do you wish to learn how to fight?
Diego is slow to respond. His head kind of swivels towards you. He shrugs a bit.
Julietta kind of... Sorry. She interrupts just for a moment and says, "Oh, Diego. You're a lover, not a fighter." Genuinely, she doesn't mean it to be sarcastic or to belittle him, but she sees him more... she sees him as a sensitive man, as an artist. She means it as a compliment, but of course there are other men in their company, so...
He doesn't seem to take it as an insult. He merely looks at her and says, "She's correct. I'm not much for drawing blood, unless it's to feed." And when he says that, his eyes get distant again.
Just understand that all plans come to a sword hilt at one point or another.
Only to men for whom swords are the only answer.
Cameron lets out a small chuckle.
My friend, I wish it was only so easy to bring all conflicts to an end with words, as I attempted to do during our engagement. But it struck me then as poignantly as ever that there are some conflicts that can only be ended with violence. Thus, I have realized it would be foolhardy for us to not become at least mildly proficient in defending ourselves.
Then by all means, Valentino, enjoy yourself.
This surprises me. Coming from a Spaniard, your people are known for their viciousness just as long as all crusaders.
There are some in every country, it's true. But our country is also known for its music and art. And our lovers.
And how do you think they got the opportunity to hone their craft of art and music, Diego? They took it at the edge of the sword.
You are a barbaric man.
I only understand how the world works. War solves everything. You are a fool to believe otherwise.
So be it, he shrugs. I'm a fool.
Garamond just kind of smiles at Diego and continues on with the path at hand.
It's around this time. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Julietta's, I didn't get a chance to describe her appearance, but she's just wearing a very simple cotton spun dress with matching flats upon her dainty feet. And she was able to wash herself at the castle, so she's fully bathed and her hair is nice and clean and her curls are down. She decided not to put them up or braid them today. And she looks very much the beautiful woman she did when she was in Florence once again. And she made sure she flushed her skin before they left, so she looks somewhat mortal once more. And she's riding behind Valentino, so her arms are kind of gently holding his waist, and from time to time she kind of lets her head rest on his back as they've been riding along, and she's just simply been listening to the men speak as they've traveled. So.
All right, everyone make a perception alertness roll. The difficulty is going to be 6. Of course, since this is mental, it's a secret roll.
What is it again? Perception what?
Perception alertness.
Oops, what did you say that difficulty was?
Just 6.
Oh, okay, never mind. I did it right.
All right, I'll relay the results of that. All right.
Julietta immediately kind of sits upright as she spots some smoke in the distance, and quickly she says, "Stop." And if obeyed and the others stop the horses, she would point, her eyes kind of narrowing as she looks over Valentino's shoulder.
And how does everyone react to Julietta's alarm?
Valentino pulls on the reins and listens to her suggestion and looks over where she's pointing and sees a smoke.
She speaks up after that and says, "It looks like some sort of small camp. There are men there."
It's very difficult to see in the dark, at least with your ordinary eyesight. But you do see the crackle of a campfire. That much you can see from this distance. Now that you're looking in that direction, it's a light about 50 yards off. You can see the curls of smoke wafting between the skeletal branches of the trees around them. And you do see the dark shapes of men crouched around the campfire, but you can't make out any more without any sharper eyesight.
Best to avoid them, I say.
Yes, they are just camping. There's no reason for alarm.
You do remember the affair with the brigands, I trust.
Yes, yes, I do.
Well, then surely the sound of our horses will attract them. Should they
Not all lives are brigands, Diego.
out in the woods at night?
Camping off the side of the road.
Julieta would speak up, looking over at Diego. I would agree with Diego. I really do not want another brigand event.
It seems out of our way if we can avoid unnecessary conflicts. Does it look like the path can lead us around them?
And actually, as you bring up that point, Valentino, it does not. Especially on horseback, there's no way you could get past them on horses without them seeing you. Unless, of course, you were employing some sort of power to do so.
Valentino kind of peers down the road and comes to this conclusion. He looks at Garamond. May have no choice here, my friend. Best to find out who they are before they are upon us and we know far too close who they are.
Shall we approach them, or do you wish to spy upon them?
I think best, if possible, to spy on them without our being present or noticed.
Diego turns to look towards the fire, and his eyes seem to catch the light strangely. Almost like a cat's in the darkness.
Julieta sighs some. You do realize they're going to think it's rather unusual that 3 men are traveling with a single woman.
I think we should see if they are before they see that we are 3 men and a woman. Perhaps we can bring our horses aside and attempt to round about them.
I see them more clearly now, Diego says. They are well armored and armed. They have horses as well. They are wearing
Kevin
white
speaks up.
tabards, he says.
How
There
many
are
of them?
6.
6.
6.
White tabards, you said. Banners, sigils.
A broken red cross.
Would Garamond recognize that symbol?
Or Valentino?
If you recognize it, I'll message you.
Okay. I know them. They are elite members of the Inquisition.
Julieta kind of scoffs. Even worse than brigands.
Well, that does not bode well.
You still have pull with the Inquisition, Garamond?
Perhaps.
Julieta has showed you the trick of how to flush your face with blood. Perhaps you could make them think you're still mortal.
Garamond's face has dropped from their leisurely ride and discussion to his usual stern and serious scowl. These are not normal knights. These are not just Inquisition knights. The broken cross of the Knights of Acre are true warriors without peer. If they were to discover any of us, we would all be fighting for our very lives this night.
Could we outride them, do you think?
Doubtful. The Knights of Akri are very skilled in all advances.
We still maintain the element of surprise. If we cannot pass them and we cannot evade them, we can either attempt to ambush them or convince them of our peace and liveliness.
We will do so. I would avoid a fight with these brothers as much as possible.
Well, we need to have a story. What are we to say?
We could say that we are family bringing you to the monastery of St. Timothy in hopes of having you treated by the monks there. We three are brothers, and you are sister. We ride through the night quickly because you cannot wait.
Julietta kind of laughs a little bit. You three are brothers. You look nothing alike.
I must agree with the lady. You must understand, the Knights of Akri are elite members of the Inquisition. They can spot a lie a mile away.
Kind of grabs his chin and thinks pensively.
Julietta is thinking for a moment, and eventually she looks over to Gehrman. Why not say we are on matters of business for the church? Perhaps you can pass me off as a woman accused of witchcraft.
Do you know what happens to a maiden when she's accused of witchcraft?
Yes. But you could tell them that you're transporting me for questioning.
No.
They might just as well see you burn here.
Yes, they would not dally. If you were accused of witchcraft, they would tie you to one of these trees and see you burn.
Well, it was just an idea. Julietta kind of scoffs and folds her arms. Anyone else?
I cannot feign members of the Inquisition any longer. I've been far from the church and the orders for too long. They would be able to see past that.
You don't suppose they're on the way to Deverick?
Unlikely. In all my years at the Inquisition, Castle Deverick has never come up, but not even once. Our focus was on Giovanni, on the lords and ladies of the land.
And what are they doing here?
Perhaps our scuffle in Belgrade has raised more eyes than we would have wanted.
Valentino looks up. An addendum to my idea. Not brothers, simply townspeople. From Belgrade.
And I, a retired crusader. That would explain why I know so much, but yet not so much as of late.
He looks to Diego and Julieta to see if they protest the idea.
I'm not much of a liar, but I can keep my mouth shut.
I will do the talking, and perhaps this will be enough of a story for us to pass.
Julieta would look from Diego to Valentino and then back to Gehrman. Well, if it's the only option we have.
It's either that or return back to Debrick with our tails between our legs.
We should continue down the road at a normal pace, allowing them to stop us so that we may discuss this and explain ourselves as simple travelers. I think approaching their camp directly would be too suspicious if we are in a hurry.
And where are we traveling to?
The same destination, the monastery of St. Timothy, to heal you. Or have you treated.
For what ailment?
The ailment that makes you so pale and cold that we cannot understand.
Julieta kind of looks down at her hands. Well, I did flush my skin tonight, Valentino. I do not look that horrible, do I? She kind of sounds a little self-conscious now. She looks over to Diego and...
He kind of waves his hands. Well, do away with this.
Let's keep it simple. The more our story gets convoluted, the more they will route it out. You two are lovers. You are traveling with I. I am escorting you to the church of St. Timothy. You are to be wed.
At night?
In the morrow.
They will ask why we did not ride at first light.
Tell them we were delayed.
Your business. Which is why you need the service of an old crusader. Roads are dangerous at night.
Yes, there could be vampires about. And he'll actually grin at them.
Gehrman kind of nudges Diego with his elbow, like bad form.
I am not confident of our reason for traveling at night. They may invite us to stay there until the morning so they can help us get there when there is more light out.
Then you simply decline. They are just people. Treat them as such. We will raise no suspicion.
Julieta nods. Well, I suppose I can play the lover. She kind of nudges Valentino a little bit. But then she would look to Diego. Who is Diego, though? An uncle, perhaps?
He does not appear to be family of either of our kin.
A retainer, then. It's all the rage, you understand, to have Spanish servants.
So a Spanish servant, an old crusader guard, accompany two lovers in the middle of the night to wed on the morrow.
We could say she's with child and there's no one to bear a bastard.
Does she appear to be with child, Diego?
Valentino kind of looks behind him at Julieta. Can you make yourself appear pregnant?
Julieta kind of looks to Diego. She doesn't even know what to say. She looks at him and she is just like, what?
He looks very amused, by the way. You're not sure if he's joking or not, but suggestion has brought humor to him.
Gehrman also looks over with a quirked eyebrow. Can you?
She finds this amusing at first, but eventually when Gehrman asks her, she looks over to him and just her face kind of like squishes inward and she's just like, no, I cannot. What sort of magic do you think I can pull out of me?
Well, that flesh trick was interesting. Thought I'd ask.
Julieta kind of rolls her eyes. Valentino, we can all make ourselves look a little more human. You use the blood. Have you not figured that out yet?
I find it most difficult. So is this the story we are to go with, then?
And as soon as Valentino says that, you hear voices calling in the distance, and you see torchlight actually heading in your direction. It seems that in your time standing here talking, you've been spotted by the men in the camp. You can see them approaching you. They're calling out in the local tongue.
Julieta whispers quickly, yes, let's just go with that story.
Very well.
Diego nods.
Valentino approaches slowly on his horse.
Sorry,
And
guys.
Gehrman will follow.
Give me 1 second. Roll 20 is not being nice to me.
Julieta kind of wraps her arms around Valentino a little more tenderly, or as tenderly as she can manage. And she kind of leans into him and she's going to put on the expression of like a doe-like innocent young woman who's in love.
Oh no. So did Roll20 cut out for any of you guys?
It cut out for
Yeah.
me as well.
Yep.
It
Yeah, a
did.
little bit.
Oh, that's not good news.
Me too.
Yeah, I just had to refresh the page. It took
Okay.
a little bit, but it worked.
After I refreshed the third time, it worked.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody go ahead and refresh your Roll20.
Am I in? I see the two of you.
Yeah,
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
You and Scott just jumped in. There's Sam.
Did
All
you
right,
get...
so, yeah, I got that. Everybody go ahead and tell me any last minute things before we continue on with this. Okay. So, out of the night, you see about 50 yards down where the camp is. About 20 yards from you now, there's the men approaching you, where you're sitting atop your horses. One of them is carrying a torch, and the other, there's actually two men approaching you. One of them's carrying a torch, and the other is approaching the four of you with his hand upon his sword at his side. The two men are very heavily armored. I mean, we're talking about heavy chain, heavy, plate and mail. These are no common warriors. I mean, this is very rich armor. This is the sort of thing you see of knights and the bodyguards of very powerful lords and monarchs. Like these are no common soldiers. One of them is armed with a sword at his side. That's the man has his hand on his sword, and the other hand is on his torch. Although he's wearing a white tabard, although his tabard is blank. The man that is with him, that is approaching the four of you at the head, is actually wearing a white tabard as well, although on the front is a red cross, which is broken into several pieces. And he has an enormous sword sheathed on his back. A claymore, and there's also a mace sheathed at his side. He's very clearly a warrior, and as he looks to be probably an older man, in his late 40s, you would say. He's got a mustache, and let me see 1 second. Yeah, he's got a mustache and kind of a bowl cut that you see of nobility, and you, Gehrman, would recognize it as a French style. So does anybody call out, or do you wait for these guys to approach you? Like I said, they're about 20 yards off.
Valentino kind of raises a hand to hail them in a friendly manner as he continues at a calm pace.
They call out to you again in the local tongue, which none of you understand.
Go ahead.
Gehrman will try to wave a hand and try to hail them in Latin.
Okay. Well, go ahead and tell me on Skype what you say. And I'll let anybody who speaks Latin get the translation too. As you call out to them in Latin, Gehrman, they immediately stop. At about 15 yards off. And he approaches you. The man with the broken cross walks forward, and he greets you with a bit more congeniality. He even has a faint smile on his face, although his eyes are looking between the four of you as the torchlight gets closer. The long shadows kind of flicker around the torchlight as he gets closer, and he actually says something to you in Latin in return, and I'll let you know what he says.
And as he approaches, Gehrman will dismount and hold the horse by the reins as he slowly walks towards the man to greet him.
He pauses and watches you approach, but immediately, as soon as you come into the firelight, he recoils and looks at you, and his eyes widen. And he whispers something in Latin. And clearly the man next to him holding the torch appears nervous. Diego and Valentino, they can't tell what's being said.
Gehrman has a smile on his face, and he tries to, with his other hand not holding the reins, tries to kind of wave it off as he appears to be replying to him.
And how is Diego and Valentino taking this in? Is this nervous exchange left out of a conversation you can't understand as they speak in this Latin.
Diego tries his best to stay meek. Since he does speak all 5 of the Romance languages, though, can he catch any of what they're saying?
You know what? That is a good point. I will see if. Yeah. Plus, you go to church. You're Catholic, so. Yeah, I'll give you a few snippets.
Valentino will kind of call out during a pause in the discourse. Do any of you speak Italian?
The two armored men seem to be ignoring you. They're looking at Gehrman as you speak up. All right, so Gehrman, go ahead and describe as you deliver this saying to them.
Gehrman seems to be speaking in Latin, and his demeanor is very common, and he seems to be speaking with them and kind of rubbing his face a little bit and motioning to the other 4 or the other 3.
Valentino assumes that Gehrman's telling the same story that they went over, so he, with Giulietta's hands around his waist, he puts a hand over hers in kind of a comforting gesture to play the part.
All right, and as you say this, the man immediately takes a step back, and he calls up an alarm behind him, and immediately in the distance you hear men shouting, and he unsheathes his sword from his back, and the man at arms at his side actually he stands back and he holds the torch at ready, and the man barks something at Gehrman in Latin.
Gehrman immediately holds up his hands as if, to calm them, and quickly hurries to reply in Latin.
All right, and how is Giulietta taking in this tense exchange?
Giulietta is she's hanging on Gehrman's every word and interaction with these men. She understands him completely. She speaks Latin herself, but she gives no indication that she can completely understand what's going on, or that she doesn't understand either. She wants to keep her face compliant, and she simply holds herself steady against Valentino, but there is a tension kind of rising inside her, somewhat of an anxiety as to how this situation is going. It's not looking very good.
All right, one moment, guys. Sorry, people are spending blood like crazy. I'm taking note of it. Immediately, the man narrows his eyes and he switches to French. This you understand, Diego, and the only one left out of the conversation is Valentino now. And he says the following. The man speaking French is speaking in a low, serious tone. He's looking directly at Gehrman in the face with his sword in both hands, and he's speaking French in a very stern tone, very fearless. There's something about this man who's absolutely, his companion looks nervous holding this torch, and he's got his sword out too, and you can see men in the distance running to try and get here as quickly as possible. But this man is absolutely unafraid of Gehrman, looking at him and the rest of you. His eyes are darting to you up on your horses and then looking back as he finally speaks those last words in French. He immediately makes a move to violence. So now everybody's got to go ahead and roll initiative.
Julieta, at this point, whispers to Valentino almost immediately after and says, "That is not good."
Although you did catch a name, Valentino, despite the French being spoken. The name was Baudiun Libreta. That was the name being spoken.
How do we roll initiative?
/roll 1d10 plus your wits, alertness, celerity.
Oh crap, I forgot celerity. That should be 7.
What's it? What's alertness?
Yep.
Is this supposed to be secret or no? No.
Nope. All right, Gehrman, I will give you a chance to react and role play out your reaction to these words being spoken to you by this knight. What are we looking at as Gehrman faces him?
As Gehrman hears these words, it almost rings throughout his entire body that he's been found out, and that one of his brothers, one of his companions that he fought with for so many years of his life, has found out what he is and what he is now, and he knows that he's going to be fighting to kill him, and so Gehrman must do the same as his head dips and lowers in the light of the torch. He slowly takes a step back, and his hand reaches towards his sword.
All right, this knight moves faster than you could have anticipated, Gehrman. He was ready to. You realize he is a master swordsman, and he was ready to strike you even before he finished talking, and he is already stepping into a momentum towards you in a single horizontal swing with his sword. You recognize the motion of his body just at the last minute. He intends to take your head clean off at the shoulders.
Okay. Gehrman, recognizing the movement, is going to, using that particular strike many times himself, he's going to quickly raise his sword in a multiple action and try to parry this man's attack.
Okay. So here's the thing. You can't use a multiple action to parry his attack because he beat you in initiative. You can only use celerity.
Ah. Okay.
Basically, only supernatural speed can save you from how fast he is.
And I can do that now.
Oh yeah, you just gotta spend the blood.
Okay. Gehrman will do so. His body quickly reacting to what he wants to do.
All right. So that's. Oh, I'll go ahead and roll your dodge. It's gonna be dexterity athletics. Remember to reduce.
It was a parry.
Oh, parry. Okay, dexterity melee. Be sure to reduce your dexterity by your armor rating, whatever your armor you're wearing.
Yeah. It was chain.
Chain, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's -2. Okay, you parry his hit with supernatural speed. Go ahead and describe it.
As he moves forward, getting the momentum and the balance it takes to swing that sword, Gehrman knows exactly where he needs to place his blade, having wielded that same weapon for years. And his experience and supernatural ability is coming into handy now, so as soon as he swings at his head, Gehrman's sword quickly comes up in a downward motion to try and to catch the blade so that he can parry it around and spin right off the tip of the blade.
All right, and as you move supernaturally fast, the man curses you for a devil. Just as an inquisitor knight comes in from the side, the torch-wielding man brandishes the torch at you, and he actually tries to plunge the torch into you from your back. And it's a massive hit. Let's see, 1 second. you can roll your fortitude and your armor. No, wait, armor doesn't soak fire. Yeah, you can roll your fortitude to try and soak this, Gehrman.
It doesn't soak it?
Not fire, no. He took a giant lit torch and he plunged it like in your body.
But wouldn't the armor stop from touching my skin?
No, dude, you're flammable. Like it can light you up. All right, roll your courage to resist rot Shrek, difficulty 8. As he plunges this torch into your back, the clothing that you're wearing underneath the links of the chainmail immediately catch flame, and your skin underneath begins to scorch as the flame races up your back and begins to engulf you in fire. It completely covers your hood that you're wearing, and you basically get lit up by a candle. Like a candle. How does Gehrman react as the beast begins to rage as he's lit on fire?
Dodging the first swing, Gehrman assumes he's in the clear, but he didn't see the knight behind him stab him with the torch, and as he can't help but let out his fangs in a cry out to the sky above as he roars and kind of hunches forward as the burns on him are quite visible now.
This raging fire begins to consume you, Gehrman, and your wounds from earlier, just the night before, from fighting the elders of the conspiracy, have already brought you low and wounded you quite a bit. I'll let you know your health level update. We go now to Valentino.
Valentino, seeing that the jig's up and still on a horse, he decides the best thing he can do right now is just charge this Inquisitor Knight from behind, just to get him off of Gehrman. So I don't know if I can pull up my sword.
Roll courage
Okay.
to approach Gehrman, because he's lit on fire. Like his whole body's on fire. I hope I'm driving this across.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize he was like a torch.
Oh yeah, no. He's just to approach him. You have to make a courage roll.
Okay. Alright, I'll make the courage roll.
Okay, difficulty 8. That's a secret roll, of course.
Julietta at this point is like gasping. Her eyes are just fixated on Gehrman, who's like completely becoming engulfed in flames.
So yeah, he is going to ride this horse straight into the back of this Inquisitor Knight and just trample him.
All right, make a dexterity ride attack. Difficulty is going to be 5. And which Inquisitor are you targeting? The sword or Torchman?
Torchman.
Got it. Wow. That's a direct hit, big time. Roll. Wow. No, wait, you can't roll that 10 again because the one took away from it. But nice try, though. So the damage is going to be 10. Yeah, that's going to be 10 crushing damage on him. Go ahead and roll it. He's trampled to death. Go ahead and describe it.
Valentino's seeing that his friend just got lit on fire by this man. He immediately pulls on the reins and just rides this horse as hard as he can straight into the back of this knight with the torch, and just topples him and just keeps going past him, just completely crushing him under the weight of this horse, like all the way through, riding through.
And as Valentino spurs his steed to crush this man, we see his body basically crushed inward as he's trampled to death, and that last hoof hitting him on the back of his head and crushing his skull inward. Like his steel helmet is actually bent inward on his skull, and you see the gush of blood as the hooves crumple in his helmet. We go now to Gehrman. Gehrman, you are on fire. You are in trouble. The beast is screaming in your head, and you are faced off with this Inquisitor. Unless you don't, unless you don't extinguish yourself immediately, you are going to turn to ash. You're muted.
What's the terrain? What's the surrounding?
You are on a dirt road. There's skeletal trees on either side of you. The river has been left behind hours ago as you guys had struck north, so the river's not immediately apparent. But there's lots of dust and dirt around here. Roll your wits survival. Difficulty 7. Hard to focus your mind right now. And I'll see if we'll see what Gehrman can come up with to save his butt. You can't focus your mind, so I can't give you any help out of character.
Okay, that's fine. He's just gonna drop down to the ground and just start rolling and trying to extinguish the fire with dirt.
Okay, make a dexterity survival roll. Difficulty is going to be 7. You manage to extinguish the flames. Go ahead and describe Gehrman's smoking, smoldering ruin that has been put upon him.
As he's rolling around in the dirt, he's grasping the earth and trying to put it over on his shoulders and over his head and on his back as he's rolling around trying to extinguish the flames. And as he succeeds, he lays there in the dirt and just looks up at the other Inquisitor that he was squared off with a moment ago, smoking and smoldering, and the smell of flesh is in the air.
And he's advancing on you. He is right on top of you. He's heading directly towards you, and you see that, Diego.
He's heading for me or heading for Gehrman?
He's heading towards Gehrman. He's getting ready to finish him off. Gehrman is on the ground right before him.
All right, I will. Hang on, let me give you some stuff here. Okay, I will leap down off the horse, and I will. How close is this guy to me?
He's about 10 feet away from you.
Alright, Diego remembers what he did before, and he's going to try it again. He's going to take on the aspect of the beast and try to put some sense into this fellow. That is, Dread Gaze.
Alright, go for it.
Oh, the only problem is that I can't see note from my book because my ability sucks.
Okay, the difficulty is going to be 8, and it is your intimidation. No, it's manipulation intimidation. Yeah, difficulty 8. Because the difficulty is willpower.
Alright, I want to spend a willpower on this too.
Got it. Oh, surely you got more dice than that, Diego. Oh, no, you don't. Okay.
No, I do not.
Roll that 10 again. All right. Moment. As you go to bury your fangs, go ahead and describe this.
Alright, Diego leaps down off the horse and faces toward this man who's coming to finish Gammon off. And his face once again takes on that, although it doesn't change, it takes on a supernatural malice that he directs at this fellow, bearing his hissing, his eyes wide.
And you feel that power of your gaze slam into him. However, instead of falling over, this man who calls himself Baudiun Le Breton looks at you directly in the face, and he glares right back at you. And he yells, "For the Lord!" as he charges you.
Oh, delightful.
Julieta.
Julieta is frantically looking about. She's still holding on to Valentino. And she's not sure what Valentino is going to do, but she immediately gets down off of her horse. She's going to slip her leg behind him, and she's going to slip off of the horse, and she's going to see this man charging Diego. How far away is she from him?
About the same distance, 10 feet.
She's going to immediately charge after him, and she's going to try and pin him down.
Okay, strength brawl. He is not expecting it, so difficulty's gonna be 5. Alright, so your strength raises. Go ahead and roll your strength brawl. Roll those 10s again. Oh my gosh, one more time. Good grief.
And her fangs are extended at this point. She's taking on the beast as well. She's at the utmost savagery.
This man is tremendously strong. You feel that the minute you hit the Knight of Akri from atop your horse. You just leap on him, howling with your fangs bared. And as soon as you hit him, Julieta, you feel the power of your blood flush your muscles and make you stronger than he ever thought about being. As you wrench him to the ground mid-charge, and he curses in French and goes down underneath your attack. Go ahead and describe it as you tackle him to the ground.
Julieta just grabs hold of him, and I'm assuming she's on his back because he was turned from her.
Oh no, you hit him from the side, so
Oh, okay.
he fell over.
Okay, so is she facing him then? Did he land on his back?
No, he landed on his side. You're kind of straddling him.
Okay, so she's like gnawing her fangs at him, and she ends up grabbing at his the shoulder that's free, and she's just trying to pin him down. Her teeth are just right at his face, and she is just going at it.
And as you, oh, go ahead.
No, that's okay.
As you claw at him, the armored knight underneath you curses in French, and he whips around to try and struggle to get free. Go ahead and roll your strength brawl again.
Difficulty
6. Immediately, he whips around and he hits you full in the face with his mailed, gauntleted hand, and you immediately go tumbling back over him. He completely cut you off balance with that hit, as he just slams his mailed fist into your cheek, and he yells something like "Demon bitch" in French as you are thrown off of him, and he rises to his feet, grabbing his sword. Valentino, this struggle is far behind you as you are currently riding in the direction of the camp. You can see 4 knights running in your direction as you ride towards them. What are you doing?
He's going to, seeing that Baudouin Le Breton has got upper hand over his friends, is going to turn around, and he's going to, having had so much success before, he's going to try the same tactic and trample this guy, or at least trying to hit him.
All right. So you're going to turn your horse around and make another charge attack at him?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead and make your dexterity ride. The difficulty's going to be 5 because he don't see you coming.
All right. Yeah, I didn't mean to ride off into the camp. I just meant he was riding really fast through that guy.
Yeah. It brought you about 15 feet away from him, but I mean you're on a horse, so you can cover 15 feet in 3 seconds at a charge. All right, that is going to be 12 bashing. Go ahead and roll. You can roll them 10s again. You immediately slam into Baudouin Le Breton as he just staggered to his feet, and then boom, you hit him on his side, and he spins around and goes crashing to the ground. His sword clatters just out of his reach as he groans, spitting blood. It's not enough to stun him, and it's a credit to what a great warrior he is that he isn't completely stunned and crushed by the weight of a horse running over him as he spits blood into the dust. We go now to Gehrman, who is still, thick clouds of steam and smoke, and that rancid, charred smell is pouring off of you in waves, Gehrman. Your entire body is scorched as the camera focuses on you now, as you are on the ground just a few feet away from Baudouin.
Okay, one moment. Okay, with his teeth bared and his body in the dirt, he looks at the man being knocked over and trampled by Valentino's horse. He sees the opportunity and his fangs are bared and he roars, and with a lightning speed jumps up and races forward, and he's going to make an attempt to grab this man's ankle.
All right. That's going to be Dex Brawl. He's on the ground, and he's, like, not stunned, but he's not aware of you either, so difficulty, but an ankle is a small target. All things considered, difficulty 6.
Okay, and he's going to be spending a willpower. He's pissed.
Got it.
Dexterity Brawl, you said?
Yep.
6.
All right. You successfully managed to grab onto his ankle. What do you do now that you got him?
Now that he has this man by the ankle, he's gonna...
I mean, assuming you're using a celerity action.
Yeah. Now that he's got him by the ankle, he's gonna use his body. Blood just flushes up to his arms, and he uses all of his strength and his supernatural ability, and he takes this man and swings him around, and he's gonna smash his head into a tree.
Okay. There are no nearby trees immediately close by, but you can try and throw him into a tree.
Yeah, he's just gonna take him by the ankle, and this heavily armored knight just chuck him into a tree using his own weight and momentum to crush him.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 350 pounds of man and armor, but it's still nothing to your level of strength. And that celerity action will come at the end of this round, because it's celerity. Diego, you see Gehrman is atop Badiun. He's got a grip on him, and you see Juliet has been sprawled in the dirt from a punch, and Valentino ran over Badiun. It's just everything's happening so quick. What do you do?
All right, I'm gonna go run over to Juliet and help her up. Or she's still wrestling.
Oh no, she got punched clean off Badiun.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go help her up.
All right, Julietta.
Julietta, when she was thrown, she screamed a howling scream as she was tossed into the dirt and rolled. But as soon as Diego runs over to her, she allows for his assistance and stands up quickly, wiping at her mouth from the punch. But immediately she looks over to see what's going on with Gehrman. And then she looks to see where Valentino is and if any other knights are coming. Where are the knights?
They are running with everything they got in your direction to help Badiun.
The minute she sees them running towards the scene, she's going to...
all of them have made it.
Yeah, she's going to make a break for it and try and tackle, yet again, one of the first ones that make it towards them.
All right, go ahead and make your strength brawl towards this first assailant. Roll that 10 again. He goes down like a sweet muffin. Describe it.
she just takes him full force right in the front and grabs hold of him, digging her nails into his shoulder, even though he's probably clad in metal, right?
Oh yeah.
He's got armor, but she's digging herself into his armor, and she slams him down into the ground, and she is just gnarling at his face, and her fangs are just extended, and if she could breathe, I mean, her breath would be right up against him, and she's just ready to gnaw his face off.
And you see the rest of you see Julieta, this pale vampiress, this woman who looks really like nothing, like 90 pounds dripping wet. She charges this heavily armored knight and slams into him. It's like he hit a brick wall as soon as she hits him, and he just boom goes down on his back with the wind completely blown out of him, not even able to cry out for help as one of his companions stop. He's stunned. That was a massive hit. As one of his companions stop to try and help him, swinging his sword at Julieta, while the other two continue to sprint for Baudian, where he is in the grip of Gehrman. So this man's going to take a swing at you, Julieta. That's a hit.
Do I do soak damage?
Yep. Roll your stamina fortitude.
Okay.
He plunges his sword into your back and pulls it out, and the wound completely closes up. What does Julieta do as she completely just takes this hit and barely even feels it?
When he digs that sword into her back and then pulls it out, she immediately turns to look at him, and her face is just unbelievable anger and rage, and she hisses at him. Her teeth are extended, and she just looks like she's about to rip his face off too.
He looks horrified. He can't even believe it. He's never seen anything like that. And as the two knights that ran straight past Julieta towards Baudian, they're shouting, Baudian, Baudian! They're trying to help their commander, as the two of them are going to simultaneously try to slam into Gehrman de Gascoigne to bring him to the ground, to free their commander. So Gehrman, your potence is activated this round, right?
Yes.
Okay, so roll your strength brawl, and you can add your potence to it to try and resist this. It is going to be difficulty 7, because there's 2 of them, and you're on your feet, and you weren't really expecting it. Describe how badly this fails.
As he's grabbed the ankle of Baudian and he spins as if to swing him, he gets hit from behind by both these knights. One of them on one arm, the other one grabbing his arm that's holding on to Baudian, and they're trying to bring him down. But his body is pumped and it's strong. It's almost like trying to wrestle down like a carriage. Like they're trying to bring down this giant thing, and he acts as if they're not even there.
One man actually hits off of you, and he's sent bouncing, spinning away into the dirt because he hit you with such force and just went bouncing off. The other he's actually slammed into you and has grabbed you around your middle, but he's pushing and pulling. He's struggling, trying to rip, but it's like wrestling a pillar. It's like wrestling a stone. You get your celerity action now.
Gehrman, being introduced with the 2 new players, Gehrman is going to use Bowdian as a club to beat one of his own men with him.
All right. Well, since this first one is so close to you, you can't actually effectively use Bowdian as a flail to hit this man because he's like right up against you. But the other one that bounced off of you can.
Yeah, he's going to hit that guy. And just swinging him, attempting to just knock skulls together and just take them out. He's going to use Bowdian as a club.
All right, that is a dexterity. God, I wouldn't even believe you. We're going to call that's a brawl attack. Yeah, dexterity brawl. The difficulty's going to be 7. Bowdian was not made for swinging.
How much damage does a Bowdian do?
I don't know. These are the questions.
These are the issues. Dex brawl.
How much damage does a 350-pound armored man do? Probably a lot.
Quarterstaff is strength +3.
And the difficulty.
Yeah. Strength. Yeah. There are no dexterity brawl. Difficulty 7. Oh, that's a miss. But Bowdian does. He the man. He looks up and he sees Gehrman swing Bowdian by the ankle overhand and bring it down. And he manages to roll out of the way just in time as Bowdian comes down, and he's slammed with the force of your potence. He's going to take automatic potence damage. Let's see how much you have. Yeah, he's going to take that much automatic potence damage in bashing as he hits the ground. He's going to try and soak it. Yeah, he manages to, amazingly. Bowdian takes the ground to his chest, and his face bashes into the ground, and he goes, "Ugh!" and his blood is pouring down his mustache, and his face is covered in dirt, and he's still yelling, twisting, and you can feel the metal has been clamped down around his ankle from where your fist is gripping him, and he begins yanking and jerking his leg, twisting around in a mortal struggle with you to try and free himself. All right, your potence is no longer activated for this round because we're starting a new round. Go ahead and roll your strength brawl. He's going to resist. You roll at 10 again.
I have hope.
The Knights of Akri are they live up to their reputation, as he has taken that full to the face with little real damage. I mean, you imagine he doesn't feel good, but he twists around and whips his ankle out of your grip just at the right angle and turns around to get back to his feet and squares off with you. He actually reaches down to grab his sword in so doing, because it's actually nearby where you had slammed him down. And as he struggles back to his feet, he faces off with you and holds his sword ready for another round with you. As we go now to Valentino Devaya, who, Valentino, you just done another pass. You're about another 15 feet away in the other direction on your horse.
So seeing that his friends have been engaged by these soldiers, he's looking for any soldier that is not immediately by his friend, because he doesn't want to trample his friends by accident. Are any of them not immediately by his companions?
No, 2 of them are on top of Julia. I mean, they're literally on top of her. Like, one is like stabbing her, and she's on top of the other one. And 2 more knights are with Bowdian, and they're right next to Gehrman. Although one of them is like on the ground. No, actually both of them are on the ground. And yeah, there's no way you could trample them without risking damage to your companions.
Okay. Then instead, I think Valentino, seeing that Gehrman has taken the worst of this in the last couple nights, he's going to ride towards Gehrman, and he's going to try and slash at one of these inquisitors on the ground. Whichever one got knocked off trying to tackle him. I'm not sure which one that was.
Okay, I'm sorry. Which one are you attacking?
The one that got knocked down when he tried to tackle Gehrman. Was that Inquisitor 1?
Yeah, he's that knight is on the ground next to Baudian.
Okay, so Valentino's coming by to try and slash him while he's on the ground with the broadsword he was given.
Okay, that curved sword is... I'll give you the damage, but the difficulty's going to be 5 because he's on the ground and he doesn't see you coming. Roll your dex melee. You didn't dismount your horse?
No, I was staying up.
He's laying on the ground. You can't reach him with a swing.
Oh, okay.
From horseback.
Okay. Is he within range of me to run and slash him then?
Oh yeah, you'd have to dismount first though.
Okay, then I guess if I'm allowed to, I'd rather do that.
Tell you what, make a dexterity ride roll at difficulty 7 and don't totally fail. And I'll give you that one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you clear it. Go ahead and describe this dismount and then your sprint attack.
Seeing that his friend is being just onslaughted by this group, he rides quickly over, and then without waiting for the horse to stop, with enough skill and with enough grace from his power, he slides off the side of his saddle and sprints over, sword in hand, and then just drags this sword down across with both hands, clear across this man through the chest while he's on the ground near Gehrman.
Alright, and augmented by the power of your blood, this swing is a massive hit. It is enormous, this hit. That is going to be your strength plus 7 in damage. To your amazement, despite the wait, no, you used the wrong dice.
Did I?
Yeah. Roll that again, but use the soak damage dice.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Roll in 10s again.
Ones.
Okay, you punch clean through his armor. You just stab downward into his chest. It's like, you know, your arms are so augmented with your blood that the metal just shaves away from the blade. Go ahead and describe this killing blow.
So Valentino just drags with both hands, almost clear through the man into the ground, and then dragging him through the dirt, just almost like a side guillotine across this man into his chest, just separating the man in two and dragging his bloody entrails out as he pulls his sword up and swinging dirt and blood into the air as he retrieves his sword.
And as you punch that sword down into his chest, blood explodes from his mouth as his entire body torques upward from the force of the blow. Gehrman, you are squared off with Baudian now, who is looking at you challengingly.
Okay. Gehrman slowly starts to square himself with Bowdian, and he wrests a dagger from his belt, having dropped his sword from the initial onslaught and the fire and everything that's happened so far. So armed with this dagger, he's going to square off with Bowdian and race forward, and he's going to bring the dagger down in a downward motion into Bowdian's neck.
All right, next shot is going to be difficulty 9.
And he will be spending willpower.
All right, that's a miss. Bowdian pivots out of the way of your thrust, a thrust that if had it landed, it would have cleanly gone through his gorget that he's wearing. Diego, you see Gehrman and Bowdian locked in combat. You see Julieta fighting 2 knights on her own, and you see Valentino spearing a nearby knight. What are you doing?
All right, so first of all, that. I'm not sure if that goes above my generational maximum, but here it is anyway.
I'll let you know what your generational maximum is on Skype real quick.
Okay. So what he's going to do, since there's one of those knights on top of Julieta, and he is pumped with the blood now, stronger than any man has a right to be, he's going to move forward and kick that knight off of her.
All right, so as you charge in Julieta's direction to kick this knight who's stabbing her, go ahead and make a dexterity brawl roll. Difficulty is going to be 7, but your damage is going to go up 1 because it's a kick.
Curses.
The kick misses. As he... No? Is that right? Yes, it is. The kick misses. Go ahead and describe what happens.
All right. Well, it's already been established in a little argument that Diego is not a fighter. So he runs forward in an attempt to utilize this inhuman strength that he's built up, and ends up swinging his foot wild, just kicking up dirt in the man's face, but not enough to even cause him any distraction. And he looks absolutely embarrassed.
And it would have been a massive blow. You can feel the power in your muscles, but unfortunately your coordination just isn't there as a violent struggle is taking place. And Julieta, we go to you now. You have this knight pinned helplessly underneath you. And there's another one who tried to stab you, but he just failed.
Is he still stabbing me?
No, he stabbed you once. That happened like 3 seconds ago, but it failed. I mean, you soaked the wound.
Is he distracted with Diego?
No, he doesn't seem to have noticed Diego.
Okay. Well, after she bares her teeth at that, the attack against her, she immediately would turn her attention back to the knight that she has beneath her, paying the knight that's behind her little mind as of right now. And the knight beneath her, does he have a helmet on?
Well, not anymore. It was knocked off when you hit him,
right.
But he's got he's wearing a gorget around his neck.
What's a gorget? I'm sorry.
It's a metal neck. It's like neck armor for. Yeah, it's like a metal band around his neck protecting his throat.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his helmet on. His head is totally exposed.
I mean, does this sorry, I've never heard of this before, so what I'm going to ask is this is, like, can she move his head about?
Oh yeah, she can move his head. I mean, you got control of him, you're in the dominant posture.
Well then, she's definitely going to just glare her eyes down at him, her fangs extended, horrible creature-like noises gurgling from her throat. I mean, she's just in the prime of malicious beast mode at this point, and her hands are going to just, almost like a mother cradling her young, she's going to sneak her hands up to his face, and with such a cold, like two cold palms just gently holding him, she's going to attempt to crack his neck to the right.
All right, make a brawl, dexterity. No, that's going to be strength brawl.
She's attempting to break his neck.
Okay, yeah, strength brawl, difficulty 7. He's going to get a chance to try and resist. But if you score like 3 levels of damage on this, he's dead.
You said strength ball, difficulty what?
No, not 7. Actually, you're at an advantage. So difficulty 5. He's going to resist at a difficulty 7.
Okay.
That's a total botch. Okay, so he botched. So his neck, in his struggling, his neck goes just the way you want it to. You're going to get an additional +3 dice on damage. So roll your strength +3 in damage. Oh no, babe. You've got much more strength than that.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
Okay, so go ahead and roll again using your full pool.
Plus how much, you said?
+3.
Oh, jeez.
And blood points.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
They're really good. Oh my god. Oh, Tony. Oh no. Yeah, your strength is so, your muscles are so powerful, you can pull his head, you actually pull his head clean off. Go ahead and describe it.
Julieta, she just feels the blood just pumping in her, and when her hands just gently cradle this man's head, in her mind, she's just sadistically thinking, this is all for Arnaldo. And she takes his head and just twists it. And in doing so, she only attempted to break his neck, but his head just clearly just twists completely off, and blood is just everywhere. And she holds his head with one hand and just kind of lets it roll out of her palm onto the ground, and it just rolls everywhere. Blood is squirting, and she is already getting dirty again. Blood is just everywhere.
You hear a horrible yelp as his neck is twisted around, and then the ripping of flesh as the stump of his neck is exposed, as the tearing of his skin, and his spine is broken and snapped like a twig as it comes completely free of his throat, and you see his open esophagus and his arteries just shooting a waterfall of blood out of his stump of his neck. As we go now to the Inquisitor Knight who was trying to stab you before, who watched this he just watched this up close. 1 second. And his courage completely breaks. He turns around and tries to run. He just screams and drops his sword and turns around and runs off. As we go now to the next knight, who... One, two... Oh yeah, that was the one you killed. Alright. So we go now to the last knight, who is fighting with Baudian, fighting alongside him. He looks up and he sees Baudian squaring off with Gehrman, who just swung at him, and we go now to this knight who reaches down and he picks up his dropped sword and charges at Gehrman's exposed back in a horizontal swing to try and bring him down. All right, that's 3 lethal. Roll your soak, Gehrman. And you can include your armor. Plus your fortitude, plus your stamina.
What's the armor for chain?
That is 3. It's like heavy chainmail, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so 3 soak dice. For -2 dex. Oh my god, yeah, he doesn't even get through the armor. What happens is this sword slashes your back, Gehrman.
He kind of lurches forward a little bit from the momentum of the swing, and taking his eyes off Bowdian for just a split moment to see who had done it. He kind of like maneuvers his body to where he's like kind of facing both of them.
All right, and you activated celerity that last round, right?
Yes.
All right, go take your action.
Okay. He is going to rush forward, and knowing that Bowdian is the clear commander and skilled warrior here, he's going to use his dagger to try and punch a hole in the side of his armor, attempting to get through into his ribs.
All right, and moving like a blur, Gehrman uses his celerity to swing at Bowdian. Go ahead and make that attack. Difficulty 6. Roll that 10 again. Your specialty does not apply to that, remember.
Yeah, it's dagger. It's not sword.
And dagger is strength +1 damage.
Yes. Yes. So that's +5. No, 4. 6.
And your potence is activated this round, so you don't have to add that.
Yes. He gets -2 to his armor soak because daggers have a 2 armor penetration or armor piercing. Rather. Five, 6, 7, 8. 8 lethal.
And he's like sucking for a breath and coughing, and there's blood, and he's like, you've clearly hit something vital. Go ahead and describe that.
Wait, I think I missed a lot of that.
Sorry, was I muted?
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Okay, yeah. You've clearly hit something vital. As soon as the dagger goes in, he just blood explodes out from the wound, dripping down your wrist. You dug it up into his ribs. You've clearly crippled him in one strike. You can see that right away as his eyes go wide. Badiun, what does Gehrman do as the knife goes home?
As the knife plunges in, the force of the blow actually imprints the armor and dents it in. As his other hand comes up to grasp him by the neck as he's holding him, just pushing down on this dagger into his ribs. He falls down on top of them, just ever pushing it further in.
And as Baudian is hammered with this dagger, like with supernatural speed, suddenly Gehrman is in his face and this dagger is in his ribs. He glares at you. Your face is 2 inches from him as he looks at you and screws up his face in an act of supreme willpower. He does everything he can for one last ditch effort as he ignores the pain racking through his body and pulls the mace using his free arm from his hand as he goes crashing down underneath you. He's got the mace out. Boom! You hit the ground. You're on top of him. You're digging that dagger deeper, and he lifts his arm to swing that mace directly at your head.
Isn't he dead?
He took 6 lethal, but he's not dead.
I thought someone else had damaged him.
I did 2 bashing earlier. I don't know if you count that or not.
Oh, I do. Yeah, it's bashing, but lethal overlaps bashing. All right. So, as he swings his mace, at your head. Oh wait, no, that's not right. I meant to hit 10.
Hell of a 10 again.
I meant to hit 10 again. Sorry. Okay. So he connects. He hits you. Let's see. +2 for damage.
Fuck. Are you fucking serious?
It is
unbelievable.
An unbelievably heroic strike. Baudian Le Breton, he lifts up that mace, and against all odds, he reaches up to grab your hood and your head at the last minute to just steady your head for an instant, and then brings the mace crashing down on the side of your head. Go ahead and roll your stamina plus your fortitude to soak it. All right, so you take 2 lethal. Gehrman, you drop into torpor. What happens?
As he stabs this knight, and he's on top of him, pushing the dagger in, he doesn't see the mace that comes up, and just the last thing he feels is this weight just being pressed onto his head all of a sudden, and then, I mean, lights just go out, and he slumps down and rolls off of Baudian as he just lays next to him unconscious.
And as the mace crashes down, an explosion of blood wets the air as it just slams into the side of your head, and you go completely out, and you slump forward and the Crusader attempts to breathe underneath you. Valentino, we go to you now as you saw this brutal struggle unfold between Gehrman and Baudian.
Valentino's mouth is agape and his fangs are out because he's been in such vicious combat already, and he's just staring and seeing his friend go down. And he looks over to the knight that's still here. Valentino's faster, I think. What's this knight gonna do next? What does it look like he's gonna try to do?
Who, Baudian?
Not Baudian, but the knight that's still with him, the slower one.
Oh, he's gonna try and defend his fallen command, stand over his body to protect him from any attacks.
Okay. Since Valentino is faster, he's gonna try and, if he isn't already, move behind this knight for another slash and try and bring this guy down.
Okay, you're gonna try and circle around and hit him from behind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he's completely fixed on what's happening between Baudian and Gehrman, so he doesn't see you.
Okay.
Alright, so make your attack. That's gonna be Dexterity Melee, difficulty 5. Alright, that is Strength plus 6. You're lethal. He takes 5 lethal as your sword just slams into him. Go ahead and describe. He's not defeated, but go ahead and describe what happens.
Valentino runs quickly behind this man, and he, with both hands, brings his sword up and through this man, almost lifting him up with his strength, driving it through the armor and out the other side, just tearing through this man's abdomen before pulling it back out.
The ringmail that he's wearing is totally destroyed as you feel the blade scrape his ribs and just basically almost disembowel him on the spot with the blow. As we go now to Diego, he cries out in a shriek of pain. Diego, you see Julieta has basically twisted the head off this knight she's on top of. The other one just cut and ran.
Nice. So there's no combatants near me at all, really, right?
Well, behind you, a melee is still going on. You see, as you twist around to see what's behind you, you see Valentino skewering one of the last remaining knights through the ribs with his sword, and Baudian and Gehrman are on the ground. You can't tell from this distance what kind of shape they're in.
Alright, I'm gonna run over in that direction.
Alright, as soon as you get close enough, you see that... where are you looking?
Well, he's actually looking around for a weapon to use to...
Oh yeah, there's swords everywhere. There's Baudian's claymores on the ground. There's several swords from the knights, broadswords laying on the ground.
He'll take one of the broadswords. He's still not used to being this strong.
Alright, you pick up a sword. What are you gonna do with it?
Well, his intent is to skewer Baudian with it, but I don't know if I have enough time for that now.
No, you do.
Alright,
It's all considered a movement.
I'm gonna attempt to skewer him then.
Alright, go ahead and roll your Dexterity Melee. Difficulty is gonna be 5. That's a hit. Roll your strength plus 2 for the sword, plus 1 for the extra success. Yeah, he manages. I mean, you hit his armor, but the sword punches through, and he finally, at last, Baudian Le Breton goes out. Go ahead and describe your killing him.
Diego's had enough. He sees what's going on over there. He runs across the battlefield, grabbing a sword as he goes, and he twists it around in the way that he's seen his friend use it. His friend Gehrman, even though friendship is kind of a loose term. He spins it into position so that it's facing downward, leaps through the air, and drives it down through the man's chest.
All right, and as you slam that sword home, ripping through the tabard of his broken cross, shearing the plate mail out of the way under the force of your blow, he is impaled under your sword, and he goes out completely. As we go now to Julieta. Julieta, you're covered in blood, straddling this corpse that's just spurting blood out of the stump of its neck.
Julieta, instinctually, she looks over towards the others, and she sees Diego finishing off the head knight that had caused all of this. And an approving kind of smirk crosses her lips. She sees Gehrman lying there. He's not moving, and she also spots Valentino. But her nature isn't to right away go over and see what's going on. Actually, she kind of looks down at her work, at her handiwork, and she a small little kind of laces against her lips as she traces her finger towards the neck area. Is the neck, is any part of him exposed now from her ripping his head off, like, that she can get to easily?
Oh yeah, the stump of his neck is totally exposed. I mean, blood is just gushing out. I mean, you gotta act quick to get most of it, because it is just pouring out of the cavity of his body.
She will then. Immediately when she takes note, she leans forward, and she's just gonna kind of, like a birthday cake, put her face in there and start drinking.
Oh my gosh, what a visual. All right, we go now to the last Inquisitor Knight, who is basically skewered through his side and fighting for his life as he's completely mauled. He's going to twist around and swing his sword blindly behind him at Valentino. In just a horizontal arc in his face and neck general direction. And completely misses. I mean, he botches. He's so pathetic as he turns around and swings his sword in one last ditch effort to try and save his life, but he just completely rips himself off balance, and in the motion, your sword, actually, which was still in him, scrapes something horrific in him, and he cries like a wounded animal and just collapses under the weight of the swing. Valentino, he's on the ground, helpless, with your sword still wet with his blood, and the smell of it is in the air. It's calling to you.
Valentino, being extremely drained from that fight, using everything he had to try and save his friends, realizes now that he is on the brink of starvation. This aroma, he just gives himself into it, and he just drops his sword and collapses on this man and begins feeding on whatever is left of him.
And as you dip your head to your fallen foe and you begin guzzling that blood, immediately something is wrong. And you know that the minute the blood touches your lips, and it smells rancid. At first it looked appealing. The beast wanted it. The beast hungered for it, and it looked so appealing, and yet all you can think about is that girl back in Belgrade and how her sweet blood tasted, and instead this blood tastes like sweat and urine and sewage, and you can't help but immediately and violently expel every mouthful of it. Make a stamina roll. Difficulty 9. You manage to keep from taking any damage. in the force of how violently you reject this blood. But you vomit hideously. Go ahead and describe how that happens.
So as he realizes there's something wrong with the taste, he pulls up his face and just he just coughs up this blood in just disgust, and his face just furrows and crinkles as he backs away and just kind of falls backwards in confusion and disgust. And he just sits there looking at the body.
The man is still alive. He's barely alive, but he's bleeding out from that wound in his side, and he's going to die quickly. And as you bit him, he screamed, like someone who is being eaten. Exactly how you might think that sounds. Someone who realizes he's being eaten. As he shrieks and he moans in pain, he's rolling on the ground. So I will turn over the scene to you guys. The carnage is unbelievable, and your horses are gone. Like, the violence has spooked them in every direction. They're completely gone. There's nothing but the corpses of Baudian and his crusaders. And in the midst of the battlefield, in the midst of all the carnage, lay Guerman de Gascoigne with his bloodied, ruinous, burnt face and, a fallen warrior in this battlefield. You realize after a moment that Guerman's not moving.
Valentino, when he gathers himself, he stands up still looking at the corpse, dries the blood off his sword on this man as he dies, and sheathes it while he looks over at Guerman's body. And he realizes he's not getting up, he's not recovering like he did in the past, like they all did. And he goes over to lean down at Guerman and try and shake him awake. Guerman. He kind of stops and looks around. He looks to see
Diego's.
where...
Oh, sorry.
He was going to say he's going to look where Diego is and where Juliet is.
Diego's actually kneeling next to the body of this French knight, and the look on his face can only be described as livid.
And Daniel, go ahead and describe what they're seeing as Baudian lays there torpid.
As who? Baudian?
No, as Guerman lays there on the ground torpid.
As Guerman lays there on the ground, his head is half caved in from the mace swing, is splattering his face with blood. His entire back and body, and it started to wrap around the sides of his torso into his stomach and ribs, are just these horrific black charred burn marks. And if inspected further, the claw marks from Demetra's swing from previous nights is still visible and still very much in part of just taken out of its back. It's a very ragged and brutal corpse to be held.
The camera pans to Julieta as she finishes feeding from the corpse.
Julieta gradually sits up and kind of takes her fingers and wipes away the remnants of the blood on her lips. And after a moment, she looks over to the others and she sees Valentino kind of leaning over Guerman. Guerman is still lying on the ground as he was before, and she after a moment retracts her fangs and pulls herself upwards and disregards the body there. She leaves it there and heads over to them, and she kind of studies Guerman on the ground and then looks to Valentino.
Valentino looks up. He is not awaking. His wounds are too serious.
Perhaps he needs blood.
Valentino looks at the corpse that he couldn't have. That one. Bring that one over here.
Diego gets up and he'll drag it over with his strength.
Get away from me!
Shut up, he
Demon!
says. He'll grab him by the arm and drag him through the dirt over there. And that one, he points at, what's his face is?
Bowdian.
Bowdy. I'm tired. Bowdian's buddy. Perhaps we should make him like we are so we can kill him again.
Let us first see to Gehrmund. We can worry about these things afterwards.
When you chide him, well, sort of chide him like that, he lowers his eyes. It's clear he wasn't serious about that, but he's feeling very angry right now.
Once Diego brings the body over, even as he struggles, Valentino will draw a small dagger that he brought, if you'll allow it, just to slit the man's throat over Gehrmund and end him and hopefully feed Gehrmund. Or
As
try
you
to.
open his throat in the way that a butcher opens the throat of a lamb, his wet gurgle immediately begins to bubble up as we see bloody foam pour from the wound as rich red blood washes down away from the wound. Are you bringing it up to Gehrmund's mouth to try and pour the blood in his mouth?
I'm trying to.
It looks horrible. It looks horrifying. You're standing over Gehrmund, gripping this man by the hair and holding him like a gutted lamb in front of Gehrmund's open mouth as the blood pours down. Diego, make a... no, never mind. Yeah, but as the blood pours into Gehrmund's mouth, he still does not move.
As he realizes this is not working, he topples the body aside like a cup, like an object, instead of a person. Diego, we cannot stay here. We need to find somewhere to bring him until we have an answer for this. Where is Julieta?
Oh, Julieta is standing there. She's
okay.
She's like right beside you. Like.
All right. We should try and find cover for all of us.
Julieta looks horrifying, by the way. Her whole lower jaw is drenched in blood. Her arms up to the elbows are drenched in blood, dripping with this wet, dark liquid. She's covered in it.
What happened to you?
She looks over to Valentino and kind of shrugs. It is no matter. So, what say you of the churchman?
He is like the ones we staked. He is like his sire when he struck him. He's still, but he hasn't decayed like the ones we destroyed. I think there is life in him still if we can find somewhere to bring him. Out of character, do we know approximately how far it is to the monastery?
Oh, not far at all. Probably a mile.
Knowing that, he would speak up again. The monastery is not close. We should hurry while we still have night.
Julieta frowns as she looks down at Gehrmund. Why not just cut that man's arm and let the blood drip down his throat? I'm sure it'll wake him up.
We tried this already.
Yeah, they had opened up the man's throat and were like trying to milk it into Gehrmund's mouth.
Oh, I missed that whole thing. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
I was typing to you. Okay, just scratch everything I just said.
If this Jafeth is as old as they say, perhaps he'll have a way.
Perhaps so.
If he even cares.
We should see if these knights had any horses or supplies we can take before we leave. It'd be difficult to carry him that far. It may be difficult to hide him if we need to.
These bodies, they're not like brigands. We can't leave them out in the open. Someone will come looking.
That's none of our concern, not for the moment at least. People die every night.
They
Tonight
don't
was
have
just
their
theirs.
heads torn from them.
Valentino just looks frustrated and impatient. I'm going up to the camp to see what I can find. Even one horse would be something.
All right, and as Valentino turns to stalk off, leaving behind Julieta and Diego, what did the two of you do?
Madre de Cristo. He spits. That man is intolerable.
Julieta looks over as Valentino walks off, and then she looks over to Diego and listens to him, and then she kind of just looks down at Gehrman, and she really doesn't say anything. I mean, after the night she just had, she's just kind of like content to have her thoughts to herself, and hopefully they find a horse so they can throw Gehrman's body on top of it and head out of here.
All right, do you guys want to engage in dialogue, or do we switch scene to Valentino as he goes to the camp?
Julieta doesn't say anything unless Diego speaks up.
No, Diego will actually pick up Gehrman's body and sling him over his shoulders. He doesn't know how long the strength of his will last, but in the meantime, he's going to trudge along.
And it's actually surprisingly easy for you to do, Diego. You've never been very athletic in life. You were a fairly simple man. I mean, you can run and jump and throw with the best of them back home, but you were never no great athlete. And yet, the raw physical might in your body allows you to easily lift Gehrman's body up onto your shoulder and carry him away, as your body is augmented by that potent blood.
Even so, he almost considers it penance for what's happened here.
So we go now to Valentino's investigating this camp, and you do indeed find 3 horses, Valentino. They are tethered up by the nearby trees. They look very spooked. They look very nervous and skittish.
What all is there? Are there any, like, is there a tent with any papers or any...
No, there's no tent, no documents. There's a campfire, but it seems like they hadn't been camping for very long. You don't even... I mean, there's some packs on the horses. You haven't investigated that, but there's nothing to speak of on the camp. The camp is really just a campfire.
Okay. He'll look through the satchels or packages on the horses really quickly.
Okay, as you try to get close to the horses, they immediately become skittish, and they make noises and back away from you. Go ahead and, if you want to try and calm them, you can use your charisma animal ken.
I'll try that.
Difficulty is going to be 7. You very barely manage to calm one of them as the others trot away from you, very skittish. They're tethered to the trees, so they can't go too far, but you manage to settle one down.
Whoa, easy there. He kind of like puts his hands up and tries to calm them as he very slowly approaches and gets control of the tether so that he can kind of gain control of it and then maybe ride one while reining another to follow behind.
Okay, you managed to get one. You'll have to make other rolls if you want more horses.
Okay. I'll try that again then, once I have
Okay.
the one. So as he
Okay,
gets
it takes every trick you ever thought was real or imagined to make it happen. You have no idea what you're doing. You're just going on natural instinct and charm. But you do manage to settle them down after a little while, and they finally do seem to not be so skittish.
he kind of tries to pet one just to ease its nerves a little, and then gets control of the reins of that one and starts to lead them back towards Diego and Julieta.
All right, so you, Diego and Julieta, as you approach the camp with Diego carrying the body of Gehrman, who's torpid, we see Valentino leading 2 horses in your direction. You see the Italian nobleman leading them along just a few feet away.
All right, Diego will change tracks and move over to one of the horses and sort of drape Gehrman over the saddle. And he's surprised again at how easy it is. If, of course, the horse will let him near.
Yeah, I mean, they seem really skittish and nervous, but they don't break.
We should leave as soon as we can. I'd best not have us found by other passers-by amidst this field of corpses.
Julieta would somewhat nod, but then she'd look at the horses. We do have one problem. I cannot ride one of these.
Perhaps one of you can ride with me and one I can tow.
If you have any animal ken, you can try and just wing it, even though if you don't have any ride skill.
You're
Was
talking
that
to
me?
That was to everybody. Yeah, if you don't have any ride skill, if you have some animal ken, you can just wing it.
Nope.
Me either.
Okay.
This group is not friendly to animals.
Animal ken, I won't need that.
That was exactly my reasoning.
Yeah, mine too.
Well, surely we can make use of 2 horses eventually. It's only roughly a mile or so away. We'll bring Gehrman with us, and we'll keep the horses. They'll prove useful, I'm sure of that. And he takes off the wine-red cloak, and he covers Gehrman with it over the horse.
Julieta shrugs. I'm perfectly fine walking.
Valentino nods and starts to lead the 2 horses with Gehrman towards the monastery.
Alright, and as the 3 lambs of Isaac and the 4th who fell in battle against this elite knight of Acre and his companions walk off into the night towards the monastery of St. Timothy, I'd like to point out that we're an hour over our scheduled time. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean for this session to run over. But I was just having so much fun, I didn't even really notice. And then we were already in the scene, so... So, here's the thing. We can stop now. We can stop in the scene there and open the next scene at the monastery of St. Timothy.